Oh, okay, I'm live. I can see myself on this screen. So, okay, we have to go through the comments. So, first off, Mojo Jim. Hoo hoo. Yo yo. Margaret, hello Margaret. I can tell people from their profile pictures and their names. They're people that comment on my videos. Seatbelt, what's up Seatbelt? Okay, so people can see me. You need to tell me if my sound's good. I've got the microphone plugged in, but I'm not sure whether it's working. I tested it and it should be pretty good audio. If not, it's just gonna come through the iPhone. So you let me know. Good morning to everyone. I'm guessing the people saying good morning are from the States because it's 5:30 p.m. here. What else have we've got? Margaret Sweeney, hey Sweeney. LH, hello LH. I see lots of your comments on my videos. Awesome, Mojo Jim said I sound good, no problem. Cooking from the loft, Mr. B, hey Mr. B. This is cool. There's actually more people on here now than I thought there would be the whole stream, so that's pretty cool. I might move my laptop onto my lap so it doesn't look so much like I'm facing away from the camera. So, let's see if this chat works, if I say something. So go, hey peeps. Ah, that's perfect. T. Kausch, hi Jacob, eine wunderschönen ruhiger Sonntag. Ja, Sonntag ist Ruhetag in Deutschland. Oh, we've got a question already. So Gerald has said, hey Jacob, thinking about moving to Germany, could you speak about how hard it is or was to get a job? Okay, so getting a job in Germany isn't too hard. There's people always looking for work. Someone who's in my football team, whose also name is Jacob, he got a job at Lidl. It's a mini job. So if you mean like full-time job, it's a little harder. In terms of mini jobs, they're kind of everywhere. I guess it comes down to your experience in the workplace or the workforce. But from what I know, as long as you've got the right attitude, I think there's always jobs and opportunities going in Germany for people outside of the country. The hardest thing is, I think it's more when you come outside of the country is number one, the language. As you guys have seen through my videos, is the language is obviously something you need to work here. And number two is the visa conditions. So for me, as I mentioned in my video on Friday, it's hard for me because I can't just go to, like, for example, I've done sales before. I can't just go to a place where there's sales jobs available and apply and get the job. They have to interview German or European people. If someone's suitable that's European or German, they have to hire them. They legally can't just give the job to me because I'm a better candidate. They have to give it to a person who's not from outside of the country, if that makes sense. So if your job's more specialized, shouldn't be a problem if you've got a degree or something like that. But if you're meaning just regular restaurant jobs and you need a visa through employment, it might be a little more difficult. So hopefully that answers your question, Gerald, at least a little bit. We can talk about it through the stream. I'm not sure how long the stream's going to go for. I think as long as people are interested in listening to me talk and have questions, then we'll keep it going. You obviously have the chat function to ask questions, and then there are super chats. So if anyone sends through a super chat with a donation, I'll be sure to jump straight onto their question. So who else have we got? Sounds fine. Awesome. Audio sounds good. Thank you, Real Monster Chen. I wish the cookies were real, but you know, I'll cop the digital cookies. Alles love, alles schick, cool. Dein Deutsch ist echt gut. Ja, ich versuche immer mein Deutsch zu sprechen, aber es ist ganz, I guess, es ist nicht sehr oft, ich muss Deutsch sprechen oder reden mit anderen deutschen Leuten. Beim Football Trading ich immer bei die Coaches Deutsch sprechen werde. Aber yeah, it's kind of difficult sometimes when you're a little bit more introverted and you've got this language that you're learning. It's kind of hard to speak it to a lot of people when you don't go out a lot or hang out with a lot of people. It was Ellie, not me. Ah, I know who that is. Hey Ellie, it was Ellie, not me. Mine. Ah, Gerald answered perfect. When was the last time you guys used the popcorn machine? Question from Mr. B. I don't use the popcorn machine. I kind of just steal a little bit from Marianne whenever she uses it. Not so often now. There was a period between Christmas and probably like April that it was being basically never turned off. It was always being used. If the guys that are watching don't know what I'm talking about, that in the background there is a popcorn machine. I got it for Marianne for Christmas. It's a cheap, easy snack. I'm not sure how much Marianne pays for the popcorn. I think she's actually watching the stream right now, so she could answer in the chat how much she pays for a bag of popcorn. But she eats sweet popcorn. I'm more of a salty popcorn kind of guy, so she eats it more than me. I'd say it gets used a couple times a week, if that. What are the different kinds of employment visas? So from what I've read online, I don't have real direct, I guess, exposure to a lot of the working visas, but I know if you do have a university degree, it is a lot different for you. You can come in and you can apply for a job outside of Germany if it requires your degree to get into. So you're more, I guess, preferred in job seeker. You've then got freelancing visas. For example, one of Marianne's friends, who's actually from Australia, when we went to the Christmas circus in Berlin, she's a performer there, and she gets a freelancing performance visa or a performer visa. So she just has to have a registered address. Her company needs to show that she is going to be doing jobs inside of the country. There's a little bit of bureaucracy and paperwork to go through, but that's another one, which is a freelancing visa. Also, if you're starting a business inside of Germany, you have to show a lot of documentation, a lot of investment or savings or finances inside the company to show that it's working and you have enough money to pay for yourself. And then the more basic one is, of course, the sponsored visa through your employer, because they need you to do a certain job. Those are the ones I know of. And then the visa I get with football isn't really a work visa. It's kind of an extension on top of your tourist visa, but you're able to work for that company at that time. You can't work elsewhere to get more money. So those are the visas I'm aware of. Language would be the main barrier for you, Gerald, as long as you've learned up to B1. Oh, there, so that's kind of an answer from someone else. So language would be a barrier. If you've learned up to B1, you can easily register with the Arbeitsagentur, and they'll find you one really fast. Cool. What is my favorite German word? Wow. Favorite German word. I like Schadenfreude, so it's feeling pleasure at the displeasure of others. I also really like Schmetterling, just because of the video that most people have seen on YouTube, the guy talking English to German translations and other languages. Schmetterling is one of my favorites as well. They're probably the two. Okay, so Marianne's on the other laptop, so she's commented what happens when I sign out from YouTube now, because I'm still signing through your account. Sign out, sign out, sign out. No, you can just sign out and sign into your Gmail. I created you a couple days ago. Hast du schon eine Ahnung, wie es mit der football questions. So have I any idea what is happening with the season? I do not. We are still training at the moment, like everything is normal. We can only train in a certain number. We can't make contact. We have to disinfect everything. But right now, I think the idea is the GFL will come in on the 26th or 27th of July is the last day they can make a decision on if the season goes or doesn't. To my belief, meine Glaube, is that they have to basically say 100% it's possible the season will run, or if there's a little bit of a hiccup, they kind of have to say, no, it can't. So at that point, every team has to be able to train in retrospectively a nearly full version of practice. There has to be the ability for teams to make money and obviously stay afloat. So there's a lot of stuff going on in the last couple of weeks and the weeks coming to kind of see whether there's the ability for all this stuff to happen. I know Allgäu, one of the teams in the south, released an article saying they'd probably be only allowed like a couple hundred spectators to their home games, and for a team that needs to pay a lot of bills, that's kind of not really feasible. So I know other teams are in different situations because of where they're from. For example, Schwäbisch Hall are training in nearly a full capacity, as well as Dresden, but other teams are still in like 5 or 10 person small groups. Okay, so cookies. You can register before that and they'll give you an opportunity to learn German free of charge. Oh, I should get in touch with the Agentur für Arbeit then, because I want to keep learning German and I'm actually registered with them. So thank you, Moga-san Andre. I'm going to follow that up because I really want to keep learning. What is your personal plan for the future? Will you stay in Germany or visit another country in Europe or around the world? I will visit other countries, probably more vacation-wise. I don't see myself relocating to any other country other than Germany or Australia. The plan for the future at the moment, it's kind of up in the air with everything going on with football. I do have a couple videos coming up talking about my position here in Germany and what my ideas and plans are for at least the short term. But I think with the career with football, with obviously my other job being gone now, it kind of blew the expectations up. My expectation was to be here for 3 to 4 years with that job and stay here and only really go home for holidays. At the moment, we're kind of waiting to see what happens with football and what the options are to explore. It's really hard to kind of say what I might be doing in a year, let alone in 3 weeks, because it's hard with the football season right now and the visa and that kind of thing. So thank you for that, T. Kausch. Sky Zombie, wie schmeckt dir deutsches Essen? Hast du ein Lieblingsessen? Most of my favorite, so I'll translate it into English. You can tell me how good my English translation is. So how do you find the taste of German food? Have you got a favorite food? I want to try more German specialties. I did see a video not too long ago. There's a Tote Oma is one that I think you can't get around Hildesheim, but it is a really famous old school German dish, kind of like a comfort food. There's Tote Oma, and which I know has Bloodwurst in it. So I want to try that, and I also want to try Met or Mettbrötchen, but the problem is I don't like onions, and I'm trying to find out what I could put on top of the raw pork that might make it more interesting, because I think just eating raw pork mince for me isn't really that interesting. So I need to find an alternative for the onion or the Zwiebeln before I probieren Mettbrötchen. So yeah, my favorite foods, so those ones I want to try. My favorite foods, anything with potatoes. Potatoes are amazing, and anything you do with them is always tasting good. In terms of sweet foods, I love my Eierschecke from Dresden. I'm a huge fan of Mate. It's a drink, but Mate is more available here in Germany as it is back home. Yeah, Eierschecke. And then in terms of real food, I mean, schnitzel, Wurst, sauerkraut. I really like sauerkraut. I just eat it on its own sometimes, but those are probably some of the big ones. All the real traditional German foods I seem to find are along the lines of my favorites. And then of course the ever classic Döner and Döner Calzone. If you are in Hildesheim and you want a good Döner or Döner Calzone, go to Lieblingskonig. They are great. Döner and Durum are great. The main thing is they're super cheap here. Back home they're called kebabs. The Durums are kebabs. And for one that's smaller than what I get here, you pay like triple the price. So I think, yeah, Döner and Durum are up there as well. So let's see, mix the salty and sweet together. Yeah, that is an option. We can do that. I think Marianne, that's kind of like blasphemy for Marianne because she likes the sweet. Grüße an Marianne. Yeah, she's in the other room. She's reading all these comments as you write them as well. She's also tuning in to see what I say. The one at Sparta, maybe some questions about football. What do you think about the Mahomes deal? Oh, this is a good speaking subject. If you guys don't know, Patrick Mahomes just signed a 10-year extension to the Kansas City Chiefs. I think the total amount of his contract, if he goes through and does everything, it's $530 million. In terms of the Mahomes contract, I think it's a little long. I think he's deserving of every dollar he earns. He's a freak athlete. In terms of the earnings in the NFL, I think there's a bit of an imbalance between positions and then also an imbalance between players. I think every year a new player signs a new max deal and becomes the highest paid player in history. And then that just paves the way for more and more money being spent year in, year after. And the salary cap doesn't rise enough to kind of allow for that. So I think there needs to kind of be a cap on people's expectations. Obviously, you guys are great athletes, but you know, if someone now comes out and does what Mahomes did, they're expecting their benchmark to be, you know, 400 and something million over 10 years. So for me, being someone who kind of scratches around to make ends meet, it's kind of silly to think that they're arguing over a couple of million over a decade. Which word is the one you are having problems pronouncing? I think I should make a list of the words I don't have problems pronouncing. It'd probably be shorter, but I have problems with the German Z or Z because you have to pronounce it like TS. So for example, when I went to the German zoo, you'd say zoo in Australia, but in English, in German, you would say zu. So I have trouble with that because my brain doesn't register. I have to say it like that. And then also sometimes with the SCH, I kind of get a bit of a, not so much of the SCH sound or the ch sound in a lot of my words. So that's kind of difficult. And then the umlauts, where you have to change it from an O to an or an E to an R, whatever that is. It can get confusing sometimes because it's something we don't have in the English language. So I see an O and I automatically want to pronounce it like an O. So that was Elea 3 era 2 don. So yeah, those are the things I have problems in terms of words. I have problems with. I don't think I have problems pronouncing words. It's just it's hard to tell how they're meant to be pronounced without hearing it first. Some things I might see, I don't break down correctly into certain syllables or that kind of thing. So I might say it a different way than what a German says it. So, hello. Holger's come up with the, hold on, I got to read this. Rindfleischetikettierung Überwachungsaufgabenübertragungsgesetz. So that's like the meat legality firm, I think. So breaking that down into like syllables or words, like Rindfleisch is obviously like meat, Etikettierung is like labelings, Überwachung is like monitoring, Aufgaben is work, and Übertragungsgesetz is, I guess, like, I know Gesetz is like law, Übertragungs, I guess, is who puts the laws into place. So yeah. Mojo Jim, hoo-hoo. What else have we got? I've got to move faster. Wann gibt es die Heiratsvermählung? Maybe so when's the marriage date for Marianne? So my brother has a thing he does with his partners every time she asks. It's 6 months later, or a 6 month delay. So maybe I have to kind of put that into practice. But at the moment, there's no specific dates or anything for those kind of things. I guess if you ask her, she'll probably tell you differently. Bist du in contact with Nauf oder CB? Kennst du auch Connor? So yeah, I'm always in contact with CB. Before he came up to Hildesheim to visit, I was messaging him all the time. He's kind of gone back into football at the moment, and he also deleted his Instagram, so not so much. Nauf, yeah, I comment on his videos. He comments on some of mine. He's a bit busier than I am at the moment with all of his extracurricular activities. But sometimes we exchange messages through Instagram or through his Patreon. If you're not a Patreon of me or Nauf, consider maybe checking out our Patreon pages. You can join in on the chats. And in terms of Connor, when he was announcing that he was coming back to Germany, I did message him on Instagram saying if he was ever in the area, please consider looking me up. I also said if he needed a place to stay, there's a couch at our place. So I have hit up Connor as well as Silas back when they were here, but to no avail of obviously meeting them in person. Mogo-san Andre has another question. Any plans on traveling to some other places in Germany? I've extended the invite to you and Marianne to visit the area around Aachen. Aachen's west, further west, I think. I think it's towards kind of the Netherlands. Treat you guys to beer and lunch. I like the sound of that. I definitely want to see Cologne, more of West Germany, Cologne and Dusseldorf. I haven't been to Cologne yet. I haven't seen the Kölner Dome. I haven't tried real Kölner Kölsch. So that's definitely one. I definitely want to see more of South Germany as well. I'm not being stereotypical, but Bavaria. We only stopped in Munich for maybe a day and a half or a day. I also want to go see Berchtesgaden and Königssee, especially after seeing CB and Nal's videos of that southern part of Germany. They are beautiful. I really love the idea of going and seeing the nature there. Yeah, Cologne, Dusseldorf. I haven't been to Saarbrücken, like the smaller states, Saarbrücken, Bremen. Definitely want to check those places out, and then also go up north to one of the islands and see what's going on there, or maybe even the 17th German state. Go to Mallorca and see what's not happening there at the moment because of the situation. But yeah, plenty plans. I want to do as much as I can while I'm here, because if anything went wrong and I had to leave, I don't know when the next time would be that I was back, so I kind of have to make the most of it. Matcha tea latte, you're so handsome. Yeah, my Marianne thinks so. So that's good. Zach. Hey, Zach. We had a game in Aachen last year. Aachen has a team called the Vampires, I think, if my memory serves correctly, which sometimes it does. Garrett, time for a couple of push-ups. Come on, Garrett. Do you want your cake or no? Garrett is a coach from the football team. I think, do these need push-ups? I don't think so. Guys, don't forget to give them thumbs up. Yeah, thumbs up would be great. No thumbs down though. I'm watching you guys. I can see the thumbs up right now, so no thumbs down, please. Hi Zach, thanks for the reminder. Hi Zach. Everyone's saying hi to Zach. Hey Zach. Hello from Norway. There's a place I need to go. I want to see Oslo. If I had the money last Christmas, I probably would have made my way up to Finland. I really want to go to North Finland into Lapland, but I really, a lot of Scandinavia is on my bucket list. Iceland, Reykjavik, seeing the Golden Circle. Obviously a guy from Australia who's used to tons and tons of sun and summer. You want to see as much cold as you can. I think that's kind of for me. Okay, so Marianne's off my account, so she stopped hacking me. That's good. Hello, Law. Wie wird dein Schatz denn in Deutschland geschrieben und aus? So that's how will your in Deutschland? I'm not really sure with that sentence. Wie wird dein Schatz denn in? I'm guessing it's like, how did we get to know each other? I'm guessing that's probably a question that's going to come. So how me and Marianne met. So funny story was I was playing in Dresden. We were at one of the 2 nightclubs that's open in Dresden. And I went back in at the end of the night. I went back in to grab one of the players because he was, lollygagging inside and didn't want to come home in the cab. So I went in and told him, this is your last chance. If you don't come, you go home yourself. You don't get in the cab with us. So as I was doing that, he turned around and said, oh, Jacob, this is my friends. And it's funnily as it sounds, I didn't remember either of the names because I was in such a rush, but it ended up being Marianne and one of her friends. I kind of said, hi, nice to meet you, bye. And then we went. I went to a shoe shop and bought a pair of shoes. And then I got a random DM on Instagram from Marianne talking about, man, like how big is your shoe? And, obviously everyone knows now it's actually quite big. And kind of got talking from that point. And then the next time we were at the club again the next week, we saw each other. We kind of just kept talking from then on. She was a fan of the football team as well. So I saw her at games and all that kind of stuff. And I think the moment that we kind of got to know each other really well was when I went to we had all these funny chats and we talked about my love for candy and all things sweet. And we were at the nightclub one time after a good win in Dresden, and she actually brought a block of Milka chocolate to the nightclub, and she pulled it out of her handbag to give to me when Candy Shop by 50 Cent was playing. So that's when I kind of realized that she had the same twisted sense of humor as I did, and wanted to see where things would go. So that's another one. Hey, Marianne. God, there's so many comments. I've got to go all the way back up. So next up, we've got, what is your total score on your A1 certificate? So my A1 certificate, I think I got 87 or 91. I can't remember. A1 and A2, I kind of switched. I think 87 on A1, and then in A2 I got 91. I went better in A2. So my weakness in learning the German language, I think, is grammar and sentence structure, because obviously you have to put verbs at the end of sentences, and when you're writing titles, if there's a the or an a in front of a German word, it always goes with a capital, whereas in English there's some words that are used in capitals that aren't. But the weakness in learning the German language, I don't want to say that I'm weak in a certain point. I think I'm strong in my hearing and my reading. I think it's more just confidence when it comes to speaking and writing that I need to work on. But overall, I think it's more grammar is the thing that gets me. Or die der das. Die der das gets everyone. So, have you been to a German soccer game? Good question, Gerald. I have not. I know Hanover has the Hanover 96ers, 96. I know Hildesheim has a team. I think they're called the 76ers. But in terms of a really big soccer game, like, Borussia Dortmund or Bayern Munich or Bayern München, no, I haven't yet. I know they can get quite crazy. I'm not sure whether I'd be able to go in with my camera and film, but I haven't been to one yet. I have visited the Dortmund Stadium because when I was in Dresden, we'd stay there when we go to Cologne. But no, I haven't yet. I think I might start small soccer and then work my way up. I know there's an ice hockey team in Hanover that I want to go see. There's two. There's the Scorpions and the Indians. So I've got a friend from my German school, Sebastian, who's a big ice hockey fan. So maybe I'll go see an ice hockey game as well as a soccer game. Marianne would never ask, when will you finally pop the question? That's good. Yes, I knew it's Mel, but because people obviously kind of hide behind their username sometimes, I didn't want to say hi Mel without saying, is it okay if I say Mel? So it's good that you've put it in the chat. Hi Mel, I knew it was you. What do you think about the Patriots signing of Cam Newton? Does he have a future under Belichick? And what is my favorite NFL team? Hopefully not the Packers with a winky face. The one Espada. The Packers is Marianne's team, so she can get back to you on that one. My favorite NFL team is in the Patriots division. I'm a Dolphins fan. It's not much better than the Packers. I'm a Dolphins fan. In terms of their signing of Cam Newton, I thought he should have been signed way earlier. I think the fact that he was signed to a minimum deal is kind of laughable, considering he was nearly the only player to win championships in every league that he's played in. He's an athlete, he's a freak. I think he had a bit of bad luck with Carolina, but I think he was going to go somewhere else for a lot more money. I wouldn't mind if he went to the Dolphins. I wouldn't mind having him, Ryan Fitzpatrick, and Tua in our backfield, but that's how it works out. Mel said, yes, come to Cologne. Deal. There's a giant pet store near Dusseldorf that I've been trying to get Marianne to take me to, but it is a long way just to go and look at animals, at least for Marianne. I think it's not that far, so we'll see. I think I saw, I was scrolling whether it was a later question or an early question. Someone said, when am I getting a puppy? When I know I'm going to be in one spot for a long time. So I want one, don't get me wrong, but it's just not responsible to get a pet right now. Cologne is fantastic. That's what I've heard. Go West. Yeah, someone said go West. Go West Germany. The JSC1. Hello, I'm also another Aussie living in Germany. It's funny, I haven't actually really met any other Australians that have been in Germany, whether it be in Dresden or here in Hildesheim or when I've been in Hanover. But the funny thing is, whenever I walk past someone, I can hear them talking and I can tell they're Australian. But I never stop and actually stop them and say, hey, I'm Australian too, because I think that's a little weird. But it's good that there's other Aussies living here. Stuttgart, yeah, Law, I can come to Stuttgart. Maybe go see the soccer game, go see where Porsche is made. I guess there's some cool people in Stuttgart too. I'm not too sure, you have to tell me. Königssee is a very nice place. Yes, from all the videos and photos I've seen, it looks amazing. It's kind of unexplainable. I mean, the reason it's called Königssee, it kind of translates to something just as good in English, so. Where in Australia am I from? I'm from Sydney and living in... Oh, you're in Marburg. Cool, Marburg Underland, because there's 2 Marburgs in Germany, isn't there? So if you're in Marburg, you definitely have to go check out the Mercenaries. And they're playing in the GFL, hopefully this year. I'm from Brisbane. Originally, I don't think I've said this in my videos ever, but I'm originally from or born in Wagga Wagga, if you want to say that with me for all you Germans. Wagga Wagga in New South Wales. It's a small country town, or it was back then. But we really relocated to Brisbane very early in my life. Munich, yes, Motogen, definitely need to go see some Munich. Ghostkill says, I'm Dutch. I've been to Amsterdam with my mum and my cousin. Absolutely beautiful place. Definitely want to go back again. How did you meet Marianne and why does she speak such fluent English? I answered the how did I meet Marianne. Basically just met through mutual friends and just kind of got talking online. How does she speak English so fluently? I guess she needs to know how to tell me off when I do something wrong. But the real reason is she watches so many English TV series, movies. She obviously learned English in school as well. And she has been around American football for quite some time. So speaking to the imports and that kind of thing, you kind of pick up on it. Just like over the last couple of years before I went to school for German, I picked up on a lot of German as well. 17th state, I've got humor, like it. Yeah, selective humor. I guess it's not everyone's cup of tea, but I try to be funny when I can. Kommen deine Eltern oder Freunde auch mal nach Deutschland? My parents, my mum came last year. I think this year all of their travel plans have been abgesagt because of the obvious situation. I think the plan was maybe they were going to come the year later, but at the moment with everything kind of being thrown into a blender, I'm not quite sure. I know some of my friends wanted to come last year. I tried to meet up with one of my friends when they came over. A couple of my friends were on world tours and had to go home, but at the moment with the situation, everything kind of has been cancelled or thrown into a big loop. So Königssee is, oh, I don't have to go up. Königssee is great, but do yourself a favor and go early as to not get trampled by one of the influencers. But I'm a wannabe influencer. I want to get trampled by myself. But no, yeah, I think the problem with me when it comes to traveling is I definitely don't wake up early enough. Marianne is one of those people that wakes up super early to go and see things, but I just have to get the charger. But I like to sleep in, so it's a bit harder for me to get up early and escape the crowds. There's the question, when are you getting a puppy? ASAP. What's the best beer from Australia? There's no such thing. But I'm not a big drinker, so you're probably asking the wrong person. I drink maybe like 1 to 2 times a year outside of like a beer with a nice lunch. Australia's got a huge craft beer scene right now. It's kind of blowing up. It's kind of the most popular thing is people go and spend ridiculous money on a small amount of beer to try. The best beer that I've had, there's one called Fat Yak. They've got a certain type of beer which is called, I think it's Tropical Yak, and it's really light. It's really easy to drink for someone who doesn't like to drink a lot or doesn't drink beer very often. It's not too heavy, but they've got Fat Yak, Pale Yak, Golden Yak, and Tropical Yak. That's probably my favorite brand of beer. And then obviously all the craft beers. Bolter is one that was developed by ex-Australian pro surfer, and it's actually really good. I think it won the best craft beer of the world or best IPA in the world or something like that. What's the best beer? Warst du schon auf den Insel wie Juist oder Langen? No, I haven't been to any islands in Germany yet. I've heard of Sylt. We were in the North Sea or near the North Sea when we went to Rostock and Lübeck last year, but haven't been in any of the islands yet. Krombacher is the best beer. I've tried Krombacher. I'm not a big fan. I think it's hard for me because it's hard to explain beer because I don't drink it a lot. Normally I go for Erdinger. I'm a big Weissen fan. Weissen and Radler, just normal beer, just doesn't do it for me. I have feelings the delay is huge. Yeah, I think normally it's about 10 seconds. So I'm watching myself read the comments while I'm reading other comments. Chris has Krombacher is beste Putzwasser. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, classic sliding into GMs. So she had you with the milker, makes total sense. Yes, it does, yes. The way to a man's heart is through his stomach. If it isn't, then you're not trying hard enough or your cooking isn't that great. I'm just kidding, it's not through his stomach. Be nice to people. Did you also take the civics exam? I don't know what the civics exam is. I take it that's a German question. I know they've got one called like Test DRV or D. Yeah. No, if it's a question with German, I didn't take a civics exam. If that makes sense. Einbürgerungstest. Oh, it's like civics. You mean like citizen? Einbürger is like a person in the city. So no, I haven't taken that test. It's like whatever says like the same for in English. I can understand nearly anything, but I struggle with speaking and writing. Yeah, that makes sense. Jacob, do you remember I sent you a package with Norwegian sweets? Did you like them? Was there something you liked especially? Marianne liked the little chocolate covered cones. I think they're called Smash or something like that. I liked the chocolate, obviously, the Maribel chocolate that was in there. And I actually really liked the Smash as well. I think everything was really good actually that you sent. I just don't like licorice. Can't remember whether there was licorice in there because I would have given it to Marianne, but it was all very, very nice. So thank you very much for that. Mojo Jim has a question about your last vlog. I noticed the predominant color in your B-roll was yellow. Was this just chance or did you do that by design? chance. I think most of the stuff that I film is by chance. I do try to look for nice shots to get or to film. If I'm in a certain mood, I might want to capture certain things to kind of, I guess, portray that mood. But colors and that kind of thing, more or less, is by chance. Maybe it's just that day I was kind of feeling a certain kind of vibe. I might have been feeling a real spring vibe, so I wanted bright greens and colors, or I might have been more of a fall vibe. But generally it's kind of by chance. Colors at least by chance. Bundaberg, if that's is a beer, if that makes sense. Yeah, Bundaberg. Okay, so Bundaberg ginger beer is not a beer. It's brewed like you would a beer or an alcohol, but it is alcohol free. If you haven't tried Bundaberg ginger beer, give it a shot because it is amazing. It's a little bit more expensive than your normal soft drinks and stuff in Germany, but I really like it. Normally when I do drink, I will probably buy an alcoholic ginger beer just because it doesn't really taste anything. It doesn't really taste different to the regular ginger beer. So yeah. Packers, how's COVID-19 in Germany? COVID-19 in Germany now. For us in Hildesheim, it's kind of normal again. Obviously, you still have to wear the masks in the buses and anywhere indoors, and there are limits on big crowds and gatherings, so things like the Schützenfest and the Weinfest didn't happen. But in terms of regular everyday life, obviously with Kurzarbeit and people not going to work and stuff kind of being over with in this area, it's kind of back to normal. It's just really you have to wear masks wherever you go, which can be frustrating at times because when you're inside walking around, it can just, gets a little frustrating. That was me sent you the pic of my wannabe. Okay, that was me sent you the pic of the wannabe golden retriever. Yes, I get dog pictures on the regular, so I know exactly who that is. Have I been to Munich? I've been to Munich for about half a day when we were driving through to Italy to go to Lake Garda. We stopped in there to basically just go to the Brauhaus. We saw, I think, the big dome in the middle of Munich, and then we went to the Brauhaus and bought a pretzel to share and a beer because it was so expensive. And then we got back in the car and went to our friend's house outside of Munich to stay before we went all the way through Austria and down to Italy. West End drought. Oh my God. Hello, Brian Miller. Hello, Brian. Welcome. Jacob, I want to see that Koenigsegg as a wannabe influencer. High heels, stumbling along the trails, pouting and duck facing into the camera. I don't know how I'd go in the high heels. Definitely would be stumbling along the trails. I don't think I'd wear the high heels because for those of you who aren't aware, I'm even wearing my slides while I'm streaming. So wearing high heels is a little bit weird. But yeah, definitely Koenigsegg, duck facing into the camera, not really my style. The best feeling if you go sightseeing is getting up early and having coffee somewhere on a terrace to take in the vibes of the place, to feel like you're in a new place. Coffee on a terrace feels the same at 11 a.m. as it does for me as it does 6 a.m. I know it's a little bit different because you waste half the day, but I love my sleep. I'm from a place like Australia where koalas, one of our national animals, sleep like 18 hours of the day. So I try my best to be an Australian as similar to a koala as possible. Breweries start popping up everywhere in California, but nothing can beat a German beer. I think with German beer, it's just that it's so pure. There's obviously the rules allowing it not to be tampered with. So I think these companies that pop up everywhere just do their own thing and kind of flex around the regulations in their area. But German beer has kind of been brewed the same way for centuries. So it's one of those things that you can't beat originality, I guess. And that's kind of actually goes into my belief in my YouTube channel as well, is you have to be original and be yourself. Like this is live, unedited, and I feel like I'm speaking just as if I was speaking in one of my edited videos because I don't do takes. I just speak what I say. If I screw it up, then I cut it and restart that sentence. I don't do takes or think about what I'm going to say. So originality, as with German beer, makes it the best. Smaldini Pro Clubs. Hey Jacob, how are you doing? We've been texting on Instagram a couple times in the last month or two. Awesome. It's hard with the usernames. If it was your actual name, I'd be able to tell. But yeah, I text with a couple people on Instagram. You can always reach out to me through there. I respond. I'm not I'm not gonna left you on red, but yeah, message me, have a chat. I'm always down to meet new people. Jacob, how would you describe the Australians? Oh, I just have to scroll back up. How would you describe the Australians? What do you miss about them, and what do you dislike and therefore don't miss? I think I spoke about this a little bit in one of my videos. I think Australians on the trend with people thinking how much you have is how good of a person you are. We're kind of getting a bit more materialistic down in the land down under. In terms of describing Australians, laid back, friendly, always down to have a joke and share a beer. Sometimes we can be brutally honest, or our humor can be taken as offensive, but I think that's what makes Australians. We're kind of unapologetic with how we do our humor. I think that's one of the things I miss, is my humor not being picked up on the same way here in Germany. And what disliking, I think just the idea that what you have makes who you are. So that's probably the two things. Mr. B is Team Krombacher, okay. Telespieler asks, hi, are you planning on going back to Australia? Definitely. I think right now the plan is to go back at Christmas time, because I spent Christmas here in Germany this year. So I haven't seen my family in quite a bit. So I think the plan was to go back for Christmas and then kind of go from there. Obviously, if it's not with the football team flying me in and out, it does cost money, and a flight to Australia is not very cheap. So it's kind of planning around what's more possible for me at the time. Do you listen to German music? Do you listen to German music? You might give Tony Carter a chance. Easy to understand and great lyrics. There is one German song that I really, really like. I'm not going to do karaoke, but I think it's called Hoch, like high, or Hoch hinaus, I think is the name of the song. It's catchy tunes, and even though I can't understand a lot of the words, or at least maybe I could now if I listen back to it, it's at least step by step. It's not super fast. I hate German rap because the way that it's spoken, along with how quickly it's spoken, I'm even surprised that Germans can understand it. Schlager music. I don't really know what differentiates Schlager music from normal German music, but I think, yeah, I think I've got a couple of songs that I've heard that I like. I don't know the names of the performers, but I can always give it a try. Did you have giant spiders in your house growing up in Australia? Yes. One of my scariest moments of my life was getting out of the shower, throwing my towel around my back, and having a spider probably, you can't tell how big my hand is because of the screen. Like my camera, around that size, it was probably about that size in diameter. It crawled from my shoulder down my arm and jumped off onto the floor. And that was unbelievably terrifying. We do have big spiders. We have huntsmans and stuff that are like the size of your hand, but it's kind of if you don't hurt them, they won't hurt you. Funny fact is the big scary ones, the huntsmans, don't actually hurt humans. They can't bite humans. Their teeth aren't strong enough, or their fangs. So you just got to be careful with getting them out of the house. They're quick, but they're not that bad. The scary ones, the ones that are poisonous and will hurt you, aren't really around where I live, or they're really small ones like the redback spider. They're a lot smaller, but they're the ones that can hurt you, but they tend to stay in the darker spots. So if you do see it, it's very rare, and yeah. Mojo Jim's popping popcorn, and Marianne's probably sitting in the room wishing she could pop some now. I try to imagine him noting all the pouty fast girlies trying to get the Instagram shot. Marianne, get him up early for the Königssee. I think if I went to Königssee, I'd definitely try and book like a rowing on the lake. I don't know whether you can do that there, but I'd definitely wake up and try to get the earliest appointment, because I think going out there on the lake when there's no one around in the early stages of the morning with the crystal clear water would be a really cool thing. Do you work out a lot? And if so, do you have a Spotify playlist for that? I don't really have a Spotify playlist. I'm not really big on downloading music, actually. I think I've got like 3 albums on my phone that I've had for the last 10 years, and I've just got songs from each one put into a playlist. So I'm a huge Post Malone fan. I'm a Eminem fan from the way back. And I actually like heavy metal music. I do like some Rammstein songs. I'm a big Metallica fan. I like every kind of music. And then of course like hip hop and R&B. But no Spotify playlist. Do I work out a lot? I did up until the COVID situation. I was trying to work out at least like once every 2 days, like because we were training in the hall for 2 to 3 times a week, and then I was trying to go to the gym at least another 2 times. I was trying to train like 5 to 6 days a week. The COVID situation kind of took a bit of my motivation away with work and losing work and all the excuses that you hear from people that aren't being active enough. So right now, not too often, but I am still training with football twice a week and doing some stuff at home. But normally I try to get 4 to 5 days a week of athletic activity into my days. Next up. Okay, don't spiders over that. Bundaberg is super sweet but delicious. Yes, and super sweet basically translates to delicious in any language. Someone said, Mojo, du bist hier immer so aktiv, aber immer noch zu faul, dir einen Avatar zu Mojo Jim, someone create Mojo Jim an avatar and send it to me so I can send it to him. Do it. Jacob is very koala-like. I like to think so. Very lazy, very fluffy. I don't know whether koalas have blue eyes though. So, but yeah, definitely. Koala needs sleep too. Try to visit the Philippines. Funnily enough, I've been watching lots of videos. I know it's not the Philippines, but I've been watching lots of videos on YouTube right now of Indonesia. So places like Bali, Taiwan, Malaysia, those kind of places. Because I think if I was to go back home, I always said I didn't really want to visit like Bali or Fiji or Thailand. I'd prefer to save my money and go to Japan to go skiing or snowboarding. But Bali and Indonesia has kind of grabbed my interest lately for some reason. So definitely will be on the list with Indonesia, the Philippines, or that kind of area. Did I wish to play football in Germany, or did that happen by accident? Completely accidental. I don't know whether I've really gone into depth in the story on my YouTube channel. I talk to people all about it. But in 2014, I started playing in Australia as a wide receiver, and because I was the best punter on the team, I just kind of took up punter as a secondary position. After 2014 and 2015 playing at home, I won a bunch of awards. We made the championship game both times. Some of the American coaches kind of mentioned, have you ever thought about going overseas and playing? And for me, being not really hugely into the sport at the time, America was kind of the only option. It was kind of college or bust. So I looked into going to college because I had some friends go over. I've got one friend that I used to play AFL with who actually was on scholarship, who's now back home. But I looked at going over there, and it turned out I didn't have enough credits to go Division 1. So you have to have credits to be eligible to receive a scholarship and play. I didn't have enough credits from my school in Australia because the way the schooling was a little bit different, so credits didn't transfer. So I would have had to have gone to junior college. Unfortunate thing is you can get a scholarship to junior college, but it affects your eligibility in larger colleges. So I looked at going to junior college in California. I enrolled in a college called Golden West College. It's in Huntington Beach. Unfortunately, I couldn't raise the funds in time because I thought I'd need a set amount of money. And when I got the immigration papers over, the estimation of what I needed for school was more than what I'd even saved just for accommodation. So that kind of like shattered the dream of going over there. So I reached out to John Lytton, the Dresden Monarchs head coach of the time, to say, hey, like, can I come over and play in Europe? Do you know any teams that are interested? I was thinking I'd be more like Sweden, Finland, maybe Italy, or somewhere smaller than the GFL. First off, and then kind of maybe make my way into a larger league. And funnily enough, he said, yeah, there's teams interested. I can always like put you in touch, but would you consider coming here? This is the deal, etc., etc. And yeah, that's how I ended up in the GFL as a punter / wannabe wide receiver. Have you tried winter sports? No. I have been waiting for Germany to snow all winter, and I barely got a drop or a flake of snow. So I haven't been able to really try a lot of winter sports in my life. That is one thing that I want to do. And that's why I think I'm so attracted to the Scandinavian countries, is because it's a lot colder there more often. There's more snow, so I have the ability to do that kind of stuff. You also have kangaroos. They're active fellows, hopping around the whole day, and the Kiwis have the dodo. Kiwis don't have dodos. They have kiwis, but they're also extinct, I think, Kiwis. So yeah, we do have kangaroos. They are very active. They don't know when to get out of the way of cars a lot of the time in Australia, but that's another thing altogether. I asked the only artsy question while all the rest are fixed on booze. What kind of crowd is this? I don't want to say a fun crowd, because fun artsy questions as well, but people Germany just automatically can sometimes think beer. Okay, so that's your Instagram text about little workout in the middle wheels. Yes, okay, cool. Yeah, I know exactly who you are. We've talked more than a few times in the last couple of weeks. We talk all the time. You always message me and I always talk to you guys. So yeah, definitely. Precisely. Ohrschlager. National animal. Did you ever see a fierce snake in the wild? I've seen one snake up close in my life. It was actually in the Mercedes-Benz showroom where I used to work as a car salesman. It was probably the size of a spaghetti noodle. And there's all this talk about people finding 4-meter long pythons in their roofs and that kind of stuff. It does happen. It's pretty common. But those are the places in Australia where it's kind of rural and more country living. It's not very often that you find people with more modern houses having snakes find their way in. But there are always those stories of snakes in roofs, snakes in sheds, snakes finding their way up the watering system. Are Australians like the people in McLeod's Daughters? If you live within about 8 to 9 hours of a national city, no, we are not. But there are people in Australia like McLeod's Daughters that live out on the, I'd just say farm. I think there's ranch. There are people that live like that. Probably not as dramatic as McLeod's Daughters. For those of you who don't know, McLeod's Daughters is an Australian TV drama series from the 90s, I think. How old was I when I visited the States? Yes, I did chat with you about visiting Las Vegas. Did I go to the M&M World? I don't recall going to M&M World. I went to Hooters with my siblings and my parents. That was very good. We didn't eat there, but I did buy a hoodie, a big bright orange one, which I have no idea what I did with. I'm kind of depressed all the time that I don't have that hoodie anymore. I went when I think I was 15 or 16. We were all underage because I've got two brothers, or a brother and a stepbrother a year older than me, and a stepbrother 2 years younger than me. So we went with our parents to Hawaii, LA, and Vegas. And yeah, we were walking down Vegas Boulevard, and people were trying to give us the funny little cards and trying to get us to walk into the clubs and that kind of thing, because we were all so tall. And they didn't realize that we were underage in Australia, which is under 18, let alone underage in the US, which is 21. So yeah, we went to Vegas, we had tons of food, we went to the Grand Canyon, which was amazing, we got to see the Grand Canyon. We went to LA to obviously go to Disneyland, Disney World, I think it's in Florida. We stayed in Anaheim and we got to see Beverly Hills and all that really nice stuff. So what was scarier, the spiders in Australia or the bat in the apartment the other night? Overall, the bat in the apartment was a little scarier, but the spider that I had kind of go down my arm, that was scary. But yeah, the bat was interesting. We haven't seen him yet, or seen her yet. I feel like when I put it on the plant was tall enough that it could hop off and fly. So yeah, it gets a little extremes even in Germany. Next up, a bit of dark humor. Did you ever go swimming with stingrays? Recipe Steve. My brother Steve. I don't think you can go swimming in SeaWorld with the stingrays. Underwater world, you can actually touch little stingrays. And I think SeaWorld as well. I took Marianne there and you can dip your hand in and pat the stingrays. I don't think you can go swimming in there, but you can actually go in SeaWorld in a big tank where they've got big fish and sharks and that kind of thing, and swim around with them. I think they're kind of tame is why you can go in there. On purpose, no, I've never swum with a stingray. Fun fact, or fun story, when I was back in Australia last in the off season, I went to the Gold Coast to see Ike, one of my ex-teammates, and we were jumping off a bridge in the Gold Coast, and we jumped off about 3 times it was me, Ike, and Will, my Swedish teammate from Dresden. And about the last time we went to go and jump off, we looked down to where we were diving, and there was probably a stingray maybe 1.5 meters wide, just swimming around where we were jumping into. So that was kind of scary and shocking when we saw that. Do you like Crocodile Dundee, and is it realistic about Australia? Crocodile Dundee is a really old movie. I think it kind of plays on the stereotypes of Australia, kind of like Beerfest or those kind of ones do about the stereotypes of Germany. There are still definitely people in Australia that are like Crocodile Dundee, but the easiest way to explain Australia is just like the States. We're very westernized. I think the more we go into the future, Australia is starting to feel more and more like America because we do have such an influence from them. Jay Aguirre, hope you're having a great day. I am, especially now that I have some people watching me sit here and answer questions. It's been great. How do you feel doing the live stream? Is it your first? Yes, this is the first time I've ever been live in front of a camera. I have done interviews when I was at Dresden. I did an interview on the stage, which was kind of crazy. I'm not very good at public speaking because I think it's just the idea I can see the people that I'm talking to. Like if I was sitting here talking in front of close to 100 people now, I probably wouldn't be as comfortable. But yeah, it is my first live stream. I have considered doing Twitch back when I was gaming a lot. I still game now, but probably not to the extent. So I was considering live streaming there, but it's interesting. It's fun. As long as I guess there's people watching and asking questions, it can be enjoyable. Marianne, fun fact, when I visited Australia for like 3 weeks, I hadn't seen a single spider or a snake. No, except for, oh, well, when we went to the zoo, you didn't look at them because you're scared. But you did see a lot of big bats, that's for sure. Wollte ich schon fragen wegen der Sendung Goldrausch in Australien, D-Max. The Gold Rush in Australia. Sendung Gold Rush D-Max in Australia. If someone can translate that into English for me, that'd be great. I'm guessing it's something about the gold rush. We have Eureka, like the gold mines. That was back in the day, I think, if that's what it means. The Germans' Reinheitsgebot is no longer law in Germany. The EU found it was anti-competitive in Germany, lifted the requirement, but German brewers said they would stick to it. Okay, so there's no law with German beer anymore, keeping it certain purities, but German brewers still stick to it. So they kind of have the idea that people like it, so they stick to it. Obviously, importing beers from other places that don't have the laws, it opens up the market. But I like the fact that German brewers have said that they're going to stick to it. Stick to your roots, especially if everywhere in the world you're known for having the best beer. Just because a law changes, I don't think you should change. And yet another reason not to travel to weird places. I do not trust anything, nor with more than 4 legs and not a face like face. Don't trust things with face like faces either. My first camera I bought myself got stolen in London last time I was in Europe before football. So you can't just not trust something based on the number of legs or its face. You kind of have to be careful with everything. Which is your favorite Tim Tam flavor? Caramel. That's an easy one. I do like all the Tim Tam flavors, except I'm not a big mint fan. But favorite Tim Tam flavor? Caramel. Mojo Jim, he doesn't want an avatar. I tried to make him one countless times. I thought when I said someone make the avatar, I thought that might have been the case, but maybe make him an like hoo-hoo, like owl. I don't know, but I'm guessing you're creative enough. It was Ellie, not me. You could make him anything that his heart desired or anyone's heart desired. So it's up to him to decide when he wants one. Koalas, do they have red beards? No, but this is a bad thing. When koalas are sick, the bottom part of their back goes red. So I think it's when they're sick or when they're healthy, one or the other. But definitely, I think it's when they're sick. The bottom part of their back goes reddy orange, and it's showing that they've got bad immunity or something like that. So the fact that I'm a koala still ties into it. I'm just an unwell koala. I can recommend the Maldives. I can too, but my wallet can't recommend the Maldives, unfortunately. Paul Hogan equals hero. Yeah. He actually had a show before Crocodile Dundee. It was just called The Paul Hogan Show, and he was doing comedy on it, and it was actually really, really awesome. So if you ever want to go on YouTube and look up The Paul Hogan Show, definitely. Am I interested in art? Museum Ludwig in Cologne is nice. A lot of modern art too. I'm interested in art, definitely. I don't understand how art is judged, because art is, I guess, done for your own reasons. What I consider art can sometimes be considered trash by another person, and what I consider trash is art to someone else. So I'm not interested in the judging of art, but I am definitely interested in looking at art and seeing how it affects me and what I like about it. I don't think I'd have this many tattoos if I wasn't a little bit interested in the idea of being artistic or having an artistic bone in my body. Libby recommends Japan over the Philippines. Manila can be dangerous whilst Japan is super clean and safe. I think on the whole, yeah, Manila could be dangerous. I think it comes down to personal experience. Sometimes people have worse reactions. Like when we went to Prague, I think it was, Marianne was really unsure about it because she'd had a bad situation happen to her in Prague. Same with me in London, because I had my camera stolen. London to me always had kind of a sour taste until I went back, and I loved it. So. But definitely Japan for me is an amazing place. I want to go on the Mario Karts in the streets. I want to try all the awesome food. One of my favorite foods in the world is takoyaki, octopus balls. Google it. An amazing place with so many polar opposites parts that you can go and visit. Middle Islands of the Philippines is beautiful. You should look them up, definitely. I wouldn't generalize like that. It's okay to generalize. It's just different people, different experience. Niseko is an Aussie expat ski town. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, Niseko. I'll have to remember that when I go back. Big thanks again, JL from Marianne. Yes. Small Indie Pro Clubs. Punter / wannabe wide receiver. I'm basically an offensive lineman / wannabe tight end. I think everyone's always a wannabe something. So I'm a wannabe wide receiver, but I think if I wasn't playing wide receiver, I'd probably want to be a wannabe running back. I don't know. I think it's a good thing not being satisfied with what you're doing. I'll always make sure I'm the best or one of the best punters wherever I play. But the idea of just punting is kind of mundane to me. How'd you do it? What do you say? Squirrel again. You mean Eichhörnchen? Eichhörnchen. Is it der die das Eichhörnchen? Die braun Eichhörnchen ist auf meine Garten. Auf meine Garten? In meine Garten. Because auf is generally for places that don't have roofs, open areas. So it'd be auf. But if you want to say it's in your garden, would you say in meine Garten or auf mein Garten? I don't know. Thank you for your answers. You're more than welcome. My daughter just asked me, who are you watching? I said an Australian playing American football in Germany. Her face expression was priceless. Probably the same expression that I get from people when they ask me where I'm from and I say Australia, and then what I'm doing in Germany I say playing football, and then they go, oh, soccer, and I go, no, American football. Oh, the kind with the helmets. It's like, yes. Do you play rugby? No. So what kind of Australian are you? I'm just an Australian. Rugby, I don't play rugby. Everyone always says when you come from Australia and you play football, oh, you play rugby. No, we have like 4 different codes of football. So, but yeah, it's very weird saying I'm an Australian playing American football in Germany. Didn't Batman come to say thank you for saving the bat? No, but weirdly enough, me and Batman have never been seen in the same room. So I'm just going to leave you with that idea. I could be Batman. I could not be Batman. It hasn't been confirmed. You said in one of your last videos you want to travel more in Germany. Have you decided or planned where you're going to next? I would love to see a video with this theme. I have got one in mind. I can't say it on camera because it will ruin the surprise. But yeah, we are going to travel more in Germany. I think it just comes down to the availability of time. Marianne works through the week. So really we're just kind of limited to weekends right now until she finishes, or not finishes, until she goes on holidays. So when she goes on holidays, we'll probably do a bit more. But it's also trying to find out things that are financially viable, because obviously I'm not working. All my money right now is coming through football and Arbeitsagentur, and obviously things like this with YouTube and Patreon and Super Chat. So if anyone doesn't know, Super Chat is the option to donate a one-off donation, and you can ask a highlighted comment. If you guys haven't seen my Patreon as well, I won't sit here and go on about all of it, but maybe check out my Patreon. I think the link is in the description of the live video. Neighbours or Home and Away, Kylie or Hemsworth? Yeah, which was it, Chris or I don't know which Hemsworth was in which one. I know Kylie was in Neighbours. Neighbours was a little bit old for me. Home and Away was more the trending one when I was young, so I'll say Home and Away. I think Home and Away is still going, but Neighbours isn't anymore. So, but yeah, Home and Away, old school, classic, dramatic afternoon Australian TV. Bitrex said, after Nalf did such an atrocity to us, would you revenge us on the football field if you get the chance? Nalf did such an atrocity to us. Would you... Oh, so you're saying... I'm guessing you're talking about drinking the smoothie out of the Weissen glass? Is that the atrocity? Would you avenge us on the football field if you get the chance? I can't really hit Nalf because he's a linebacker and I'm a wide receiver. He'd hit me unless I had to crack block him. And in that case, heck yeah. But maybe revenge, I don't know, if we ever play Schwäbisch Hall, punting them into the 5 or something like that, or running a fake. Yeah, I'll try to avenge the German people. Hast du einen Lieblingssport in Hildesheim? Lieblingsort, sorry, favorite place. I thought it said Lieblingssport in Hildesheim, except for Wilgatter. I used to like just chilling at Michaeliskirche, just sitting out the front and hanging out. Outside of Wilgatter, that's a good question. I think just like in the middle of town and the Marktplatz is really cool. Just sitting there and kind of watching people walk by. And so I do like Chicago bagels. I like sitting out there and having a coffee and just hanging out. But Wilgatter is definitely my number one. Planning on moving to Hanover. Cool. Do you know some good places for free activities? Also, how is the general vibe of Northern Germany? I like Hanover. In terms of the vibes of Northern Germany, I was in Dresden. Comparing it to Dresden, it's a bit more laid back, but it's obviously because I'm in a smaller area. Planning on moving to Hanover, some good free places. I think there's like next to the Grossergarten or somewhere in Hanover, there's actually a really giant free park or open nature area, nature reserve. So that's definitely a place to check out. Or the Rathaus, the old and the new Rathaus is amazing, especially the new one. It looks so nice. And then there's I think the Bibliothek's free as well, and it's actually a really big library. So library, the Rathauses, and the free garden. I don't know the name. I'm sorry, it escapes me. If you have a little bit of money, definitely recommend going into the Grossergarten though. We have to get you to do this again. I want to try doing it maybe bi-weekly. It depends on how many people actually watch it consistently and if I have subjects to talk about. I love the Q&A subject, but I feel like if I do it for too long, I might answer all the questions. So yeah, definitely want to do it again, especially if it's getting this kind of attention and people liking it. Hasna Alalayu, handsome guy, thank you. What games do I play? At the moment, I play Call of Duty with my brothers back home because my internet here is pretty quick, so I can get on the Australian servers and play with them without a lot of lag. I splurged and paid $15, I think it was, for Assassin's Creed Odyssey, the newest one, which gave me tons and tons. I think I wasted a whole week of my holidays on that game, which is awesome. And I'm currently playing NBA. I'm playing 2K20 because it was free on PlayStation 4. That's what I play on. So my guy's currently halfway through his first season and he's killing it. But yeah, I kind of play anything. I'm interested in all kinds of video games. I use it kind of as an escape from reality. It's kind of a stress reliever for me, being able to kind of drop everything and just play a game and not have to worry about what's going on. So I try to jump on when I can. What do I eat for breakfast because I'm glowing? It's not the breakfast, that's the vlog light, I'm sorry. But normally for breakfast, the last couple of weeks, I've been having bio natural yogurt with like muesli clusters, and then the honey that Jennifer, one of my friends that lives in Berlin, gave to me, and it's unbelievably amazing and delicious. So that's what I'm eating for breakfast right now. Okay, X-Fan, I don't trust anything with legs like chairs and tables. Yes, they can be deceiving. I've seen many videos where chairs and tables have deceived people, so don't trust a chair just because it looks stable. There is a show, Gold Rush, about some groups of miners in Alaska. There is a similar show about miners in Australia. Oh, okay, so it's kind of like Ice Road Truckers and that kind of show. Okay, I haven't seen the one in Australia, but I have heard about the Gold Rush one, about the people in Alaska. Yeah, that sounds really interesting. I like those kinds of shows. I like watching Deadliest Catch, and there's another one, I think it was called like Big Tuna or something like that. They're trying to catch the real big deep sea tuna. Oh, it's on a German channel, D-Max. Ah, and there is a documentary-like series about gold seekers in Australia. Yeah, the Eureka Gold Rush was a big thing, and everyone seems to think there's still lots and lots of gold to be mined in Australia, and there's a big kind of community about that. So, yeah. So what else have we got? Maybe koalas are related to baboons. Maybe like chickens related to T-Rexes, potentially. I like what you said about art. Yeah, I can be deep sometimes. Most of the time I feel like I'm just talking like a 2-year-old, very basic. But if it's something that I'm kind of passionate about, I think I can get kind of artistic with my words. I think Paris is more dangerous than Manila. Paris has got a high crime rate, but I know there are sections like boroughs, like in New York of Paris, and some of them are more dangerous than others. I never had a problem in Paris. I think the only real thing I had was people giving out the flowers, and from what I've heard, that kind of is a way to kind of show people who's up for grabs to kind of steal from and that kind of thing. But I don't know. I'm gonna have a quick drink because my throat's getting a little dry. Obviously you guys know I'm addicted to coffee and caffeine, so. Prost. As I see the gallery of football jerseys in the background, what is the history of the number 81? I've never actually had that question on any of my vlogs. That's a really good question, Holger. When did you first play with that number in Australia? If that's Holger from Hanover, hey Holger, hope you're enjoying the jersey. So yeah, I've always played in 81 from the get-go, from playing in the Bayside Ravens. The only time I never had 81 was for the Australian national team camp. They already had someone who was coming back from the previous team who was 81, and I got, I think 32 was the number I had in training camp. 81, the reason, I knew I was going to be a wide receiver playing in Australia, so I decided that I was going to go 81 because my favourite players at the time were Calvin Johnson, Megatron, and Terrell Owens is one of my favourite players of all time. So I decided 81 because of them. I kind of wish maybe I went number 1 because my favourite player of all time in terms of punters, and basically now that I know more about football, I'd say my favourite players ever are Pat McAfee and Calvin Johnson. So yeah, maybe number 1 instead of 81 might have been a possibility, but I'm happy with the 81. Takoyaki is the best. Yes, someone knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, takoyaki and a aburi salmon when they get the gun and sear it on the outside. That's my go-to when I go to a sushi place in Australia. I don't know what they call it here, but I'd spend $50 a day at sushi on aburi salmon and takoyaki. You want to go to Osaka for takoyaki? Yeah, there's a channel that me and Marianne watch. It's 2 Australians that travel. It's called Flying the Nest. Definitely recommend checking it out. They went to Japan to a street market, and he tried like freshly skewered, flame grilled squid, and that just brought back memories of really good takoyaki. Okay, so it's Das Eichhörnchen. There you go. Das Eichhörnchen in meinem Garten. Okay, so it's in, because I know it's like auf der Straße. Everything ending in chen is neutral. Oh, so that's, yeah, chen, and then it's things ending in other things are, yeah, feminine and masculine. Your vlog is ever very, very accurate. Good music, high quality, and researched picture. Simply amazing. I'm sorry for my English. Don't be sorry for your English. I understand it completely great, Roberto. That's one thing. People always apologize for their English. I think if you've got half a brain, a lot of the time you can understand what people are trying to say. You're trying to give me a compliment, and I appreciate that. Im Zweifel immer die Mehrzahl, dann ist die richtige. No, you just say the squirrel. So I say squirrel the American way. I don't say it like, I get made fun of at home by my family because I say squirrel. They all say squirrel. It's kind of weird. I feel like I'm way behind on all these comments because it's all, yeah, there you go. Das braune Eichhörnchen ist in meinem Garten. There you go. Yes. Die Eichhörnchen mussten allerdings rot. Okay, so you'd say it's red. But you have different Eichhörnchen. You have ones that are more red than others, and the other ones are kind of brown. American football is padded rugby. Yeah, but then I have the problem with rugby back home. I used to play Australian football, AFL, and we used to make fun of rugby people because rugby, you basically just used to run straight at each other and hit each other. AFL, everyone has to be able to run, jump, catch. We handball, we don't pass. So it kind of required more, I guess, flexibility with your athleticism than rugby does. So the fact that American football is padded rugby, we say that rugby is basically the dumbed down version of AFL, or the non-athletic version of AFL. So that means American football is kind of at the bottom of the tree. Das braune Eichhörnchen ist auf meinem Teller neben den Pommes frites. Have I ever been to New Zealand? No. I don't think like that really any of my family went to New Zealand before. My mum and my stepdad did a cruise to New Zealand, and they've been to New Zealand a couple times. I definitely want to go to Hobbiton and see the Hobbit holes because I'm a huge Lord of the Rings fan. I'm a huge geek. When I was growing up, I was a huge geek. I used to love watching movies. I've got a huge amount of movie quotes stuck in my head. So I want to definitely go there and see that. And then there's things like, I can't remember the name of them, something sound. It's like all the mountains and the cliff faces. It's absolutely beautiful over there. I'm doing really great learning German. Ich versuche immer Deutsch zu lernen. Das ist der am besten deutsche Satz, ich kann sagen. Most popular topics, booze and yeah, now it's Bier und Eichhörnchen. Die berühmte subjects, yeah, because it's not subjecten. Genau, Karl rote Eichhörnchen. Is your long-term plan to continue your Ausbildung? I think if something like that was to come up again, definitely. But I think it just comes down to what's available to me. I've done many different jobs in my life, and I'm not closing myself off to any kind of option. I think it's just what is available and what's best for me at that point in time. And if that works out into a long-term career, so be it. Like some people start thinking that they're going to be a doctor, and the next minute they're selling tires, and that's just how it is at that time. And then eventually that might turn into a huge thing for them. They might become the biggest tire seller on the Western Hemisphere. You don't know. So I'm more live in the now kind of thing with whatever comes and presents itself. Celle und Lüneburg, nur ein Tipp und das probieren. Celle is pretty close to here. I think it's a big there's a big university in Celle. So and I know they have a real cool Christmas market. That was one of the places that I got lots and lots of suggestions to go to the Christmas market in, was Celle. What's the name of the church that has my favorite door in Germany? Mojo Jim, that is Andreaskirche in Hildesheim. It's not the Michaeliskirche, which is the UNESCO site. It's the Andreaskirche. It's also the only one here in Germany that has the spire. I found out last week that Jakobikirche, the best named church in all of Germany, used to have a big spire, but it's not there anymore. And now it's only Andreaskirche that has the spire. But there has been people wanting to get the spire put back on Jakobikirche. For the skyline of Hildesheim. Kennt man die GFL auch im Ausland? Ist es eine gute Liga? The GFL is the best league outside of the North Americas, so Canada and America. I know there's a lot of fighting about Japan. Actually, I will say Japan has got a great league as well. They've got a lot of money in their league, but in terms of Europe, the GFL is the most well-known and popular and I'd say talented. In Europe, I know there's an argument between the GFL and Austria because Austria doesn't allow as many imports. So they say they're more naturally talented, but the GFL, yeah, is very well known outside of in the European football community. Even now in Australia, a lot of people that have been exposed to American football will know what you're talking about when you say the GFL. So yeah, very, very well known and very, very good league. Any league that has ex-NFL players or guys that are good enough to go and play in the NFL is very, very good. Choice. Hello, Choice. It's called, okay, the forest in Hanover is called the Eilenrede. It is great. Yes, there's another American in Germany YouTuber. His name is Krautsalat. He's a bit of a metalhead. He was doing a vlog from there, and I was listening to him talk, and I was like, this seems like a real cool place. And he mentioned that it was free. Yes, yeah, there you go. Smaldini Pro said the GFL is better than most leagues in Europe and very well known. But the Scandinavian lands, often foremost, Italian, Spain, here. Yeah, I think France also is one of the more popular leagues. France really knows. France has a lot of talented players, but I think it's more a money thing in terms of being a really big league in Europe, is having the money. In Julian Australian. Well, okay, so how's the weather in Australia in July? And do I miss the weather here in Europe? Right now we're going into winter in Australia, so it's a little cooler, kind of the temperature's almost the same, maybe a little lower in Australia. I definitely don't miss the Australian summers because they're just getting way too hot now. I think if I could mix kind of this time of the year, so winter in Australia, if I could mix that with winter in Germany, that'd be my perfect year of weather, because winter in Australia is generally colder in the mornings, enough to wear warm clothes. During the day, you might wear a little bit of a jacket, and then at nighttime, you'd throw like a hoodie on. So that's okay for me for like summer weather, and then winter in Germany is great. I loved winter in Germany and having my first winter in Germany here. So Marianne's got on and talking about the GFL is to the NFL the best league. Yeah, if you take CFL and college football out of it, yeah, it's probably the best. Yeah, there you go, CFL. Gold Rush in Australia is okay. So another person that watches this Gold Rush in Australia is dope. I might have to. We don't really watch German TV here. We watch Netflix, so I might have to check it out. Here's a German tongue twister with SCH I have problem pronouncing. Oh no. Schnecken erschrecken, wenn sie an Schnecken schlecken, weil zum Schrecken viele Schnecken nicht schmecken. How did I do? Was that good? Have you learned how to pronounce ish, that C and the H, like ich? Yeah, you do it like from the back of your mouth. You don't do it like ish. You don't close your mouth and go ish. You have to keep like your tongue back and go ish. Soda. Okay, so me and Li3era2Don had a really great talk through Instagram about American soda and how we are both addicted to soda or soft drink. This one, I wasn't sure how long this was going to be going for, so I kind of prepared this for if it was going longer than I needed to have a drink. So there's your soda. I told you I'm crazy about it. Here we go again with more squirrel stuff. Great question about 81. I thought so too. G'day, g'day mate. So this is New Aussie Andre. Okay, cool. G'day mate. I like your videos and the way you move your camera and the content of them. The videos are always interesting. That is great to hear, because sometimes I feel like what I'm doing when I edit my videos, I feel like they're kind of too boring. I kind of get the mix between talking and other stuff, or what I call B-roll. I kind of sometimes struggle to get the balance right. I'm not sure how much B-roll I should put between subjects of me talking. I'm not sure whether people would rather hear all the talking at the start or all the talking at the end, or this, that, the other. I obviously can't please everyone on the internet, but it's always a weird thing trying to figure out how to actually structure these videos sometimes. Salas Nasita hat die Top-Teams in Deutschland auf dasselbe Niveau wie in der CFL eingeschätzt. So saying like, yeah, in the top teams, Silas was in the top teams in the GFL. Yeah, he could have gone to the CFL, I think. There's been lots of players out of the, come into the GFL and be invited into CFL camps and not go, or go there and get cut, or that kind of thing. So you're doing great with translating your German comments in your live chat. So the German courses have paid off. Yeah, like I said, my reading is really good and my hearing is really good. So that's not so much a problem. GFL ist an der Spitze sehr dünn mit Braunschweig und Schwäbisch Hall. So this is a good, this is more a statement, but it kind of opens up rooms for a question. So Smaldini Pro says, I have the feeling that the GFL is basically Braunschweig and Schwäbisch Hall control the GFL. For example, the Invaders is always kind of a little bit behind. This comes down to two things. Number one is organizational preparedness. Both these teams are great organizations and have been for years and years and years. And I think it's just they've kind of set themselves up earlier than other clubs. There's clubs that are coming in now into the fold of being that like kind of number 3, number 4 teams. that are getting to the level of organization that they are. Braunschweig and Schwäbisch Hall have had for years great imports, great coaches, great organization, great structure. Other teams have kind of competed with them but never really had the answer to what they do. And I think that's just got down to the professionalism behind the scenes, not only on the field. So that's kind of coming up more and more each year and each season that I'm here in the GFL. So I think in the coming years, you never know, Braunschweig or Schwäbisch Hall might dominate the GFL for years to come because they're the most talented on the field. But I think the competition level in the GFL is definitely increasing year on year. And if a team's not prepared, for example, if a team like Braunschweig or Schwäbisch Hall thinks that they kind of have the season in the bag, they could be very quickly caught out, especially in the coming seasons with the amount of movement I'm seeing in the GFL with new players, new coaches, new agreements. So do we really need another scroll? Do we really need another icon thingy? Silas and Connor did it already. Yes, we do not. Where else? You watched Flying the Nest. Did you see the episodes in Romania? I was born and have lived until 2013 in the region they visited. I had in my A1 course, I had a Romanian lady. She was an older lady and she was so lovely. And she always used to talk about Romania and how great it was. I know Romania has some beautiful, beautiful forested areas and the old towns there and everything. She was telling me all about it because I find places like that, especially Eastern European, really do interest me. I'd love to go to Romania. I have this real weird fixation with the Ukraine and Russia. I'd love to go to Moscow, and I'd love to see places like Latvia and Estonia. So she was telling me all about Romania. I'm pretty sure I did see the Flying the Nest episode that they were there. I've watched a lot of their stuff over the last couple months. And I really, really love the way they do things. So I might have to go back and see the Romania one again. But yeah, I know there's been some, from what the person in my German course told me, there was a little bit of government uneasiness in Romania for a while. But yeah, there was one person in my A1 course from Romania, and then there was another girl from Albania. So I think it was Albania. Albania's got the red flag with the black bird. So it was really interesting hearing their talking about their hometowns. Jochen Kuntz, I'm out for a trial run. Choose Jochen. Hopefully you come back. Getting ready for some Pommesdüner. Yes. Favorite NFL team is the Miami Dolphins, as I answered earlier, but obviously not everyone is around when I answer these questions. Like the Corona, Forest is great, not far from Hildesheim. Okay, so Teutoburg Forest is great, not that far from Hildesheim. There's a place called Springer, I think, about an hour from here as well, which is like a kind of like a Wildgatter. And I've been very, very highly recommended that from a friend. So I definitely might have to check out Springer and also the Teutoburg Forest. Jacob and James are very closely related. Jacoby Catcher, yeah. I see what you did there, Mojo Jim. What surprised you most when you were new in Germany? Paying only cash, Sundays, all shops closed, public nudity, no speed limit on the Autobahn, fairy tale, small towns. When I first arrived, when I first got to Dresden, I was driving to my flat with the coach, and the first thing that kind of surprised me was the infrastructure. It looked very Eastern European. Obviously, at the time, I didn't realize that East Europe was so heavily influenced back then by places like Russia and these kind of things. But I had this really crazy thought in my head about what Dresden would look like because I'd seen the photos of like Frauenkirche and the Altstadt and stuff like that. So I kind of thought to myself, wow, this is way different. Sundays, everything being closed. I think it took me like a good 2 months to get used to that. I'd constantly walk across the road to Aldi to get something just quickly and it'd be shut. Paying cash everywhere, yeah. All the stuff that you've mentioned, besides public nudity, I've never really had a big thing with that. Paying only cash, as a bunch of imports went out to a burger place to eat, and we were just lucky that someone got their paycheck the day before because all of us had cards and they didn't accept cards that weren't German, like EC-Karte. So we basically had to borrow money off one of these players who had cash, and he paid for everyone and we had to pay him back. Still to this day, I'll go into somewhere and on the off chance that they don't accept card, I always have to ask, nimm du Karte. Do Invaders have a rival team in the GFL just geographically based or certain events? I think our our main person that we're rivals with is really Braunschweig, because we're so close together. I think that's been a big rivalry for quite a long time. Outside of them, I mean, I think that's really it, because of the space that we've been between, the space that's between us. Maybe if there was a Hanover team in the GFL1, like the Spartans or someone like that, it might be more of a rivalry. But yeah, I think our biggest rival is Braunschweig, because of how close we are. Some players have gone from Braunschweig to us, and players have gone from us to Braunschweig. So it's a little bit of that close together. It's kind of like the Berlin Adler versus Berlin Rebels when they were both GFL1. That's kind of what it would be like. I did great on the tongue twister. Yeah, awesome. Do I work out in gyms or work out free in nature? I tend to work out in gyms, because most of the time I do all my running on the football field, and then the other stuff that I need to do is more strength training, or even just like rolling out and flexibility, recovering the muscles. So most of the stuff I do has to be done in gyms. Also, because I do lift pretty heavy weights at times. You can't really do that in nature, or just go out to the street and decide to deadlift, close to 200 kilos. So yeah, mostly in gyms, outside of being on the field and punting. Here's another tongue twister. Fisches, Fritze, Frischte, Frische, Fischer. Frische, Frische, Fischte, Frisches, Fritze. Hold on. Fisches, Fritze, Fischte, Frische, Fischer. Frische, Fischer, Fischte, Fisches, Fritze. I think that one was better. So saying like Fritze, it's saying like Fischer fished for fresh fish, and fresh fish fished Fisher, I guess. You can't watch Gold Rush on the internet. Free on okay, cool. Awesome, free on Join. Okay, so I'll definitely watch Gold Rush. I try to watch Dark. I know everyone comments saying, oh, you have to watch Dark. It's such a great show for learning German, all this kind of stuff. I got through, I think, most of the first season, but I haven't really got into Dark just yet, because it's taken so long to get involved. Christopher Russell. Guys, if you haven't checked out Chris's channel, go and have a look at it. He is another American in Germany. He's actually just finished up his job working, I think you're working on base. I saw the video, but I wasn't sure. But he's basically gone all out and is deciding to start his journey living in Germany on his own. So definitely go check him out. By the way, this is so relaxing to watch. I'm just sitting on my terrace in my backyard, having a soda and listening to you answering questions. Hopefully my voice is a little bit relaxing. I don't think it's quite on the level of ASMR, but I'm hoping that people sit here and watch this and are like, yeah, like I can sit here, listen, watch, learn. Seatbelt. Hi Jay. Maybe you have CB's wakeball vlog gazine. We're not on the oven tour. This skipped so okay, so I did see CB's wakeboarding video. He put up the 4th of July video, and it was also, he was kind of explaining that he kind of just wants to put up videos when he wants to, not just daily vlog, which I understand. I'm kind of the same. I try to stick to one vlog every 2 days, but if I can't think of something that's entertaining enough, I won't put up a video. So is this maybe an idea for me to go wakeboarding? I've been wakeboarding back home and I couldn't stand up, so it'd probably be a pretty boring vlog. But yeah, maybe go-karting or something. I know there's paintball, so I want to go paintballing here in Hildesheim, and I've got my 360 camera that I want to try and figure out how I could maybe mount it onto the gun, the paintball gun, or even onto my helmet. I've got mounts. I need to buy little sticky things, because I think a first-person vlog of paintballing would be amazing. I just need to try and figure out if the camera would get broken if it got shot. So how I could kind of stick it on the gun without it being broken, because I don't really want a $400 or $500 camera getting broken while paintballing. I was waiting for this question. When will we finally get that collab with Nalf that everyone is waiting for? I can't answer that question. I'm going to put that question into Nalf's court. I am ready when he is. Last year or this year, it's crazy times, I can't really remember. Last year when he did the Great German Tour, He was coming up to Hamburg. If you watch Nalf, you know what happened in the Hamburg vlog. He lost his camera lens, it broke, and then their car got towed and all this bad stuff. We were actually trying to plan for him to come to Hildesheim and meet up with me before they went to Hamburg. But the problem was with the timing with the other guys going up to Hamburg, you couldn't make it work. So I was actually going to catch a train up to Hamburg and meet them there. But all the stuff that happened, it kind of was a bit messy. It just couldn't happen. So definitely interested in getting that collab with Nalf. I was disappointed when I went down there for the Christmas markets that he left earlier than we planned to go down. But hopefully soon, hopefully very soon. Is there anything you would like to have in Germany from Australia? Heck yes. More comes down to food. Because a lot of my life is led by food. So I would love to have pineapple lumps be available here in Germany because they're my favorite candy or lolly back home. Pineapple lumps. Also, as I am a huge soda or soft drink addict, there's a drink called Solo, S-O-L-O, that's only available, I think, in Australia and New Zealand. It's a lemon drink, but there is nothing, and I repeat, nothing out here in Germany that even touches what Solo is like. So those are two things I would like to have in Germany from Australia. Tim Tams would be great too, but they're too expensive to import here. Obviously, I'd love to have my family come and visit and be able to show them around. That's another thing that's not here, that's in Australia, that I'd love to have here. That's really it. I'd love to maybe have more beaches. The beaches in Australia are kind of unmatched. So maybe if we could replace all the German beaches with the sand from Australia, that might make it a little better. I see all the YouTubers I know here in the comments. Me too. Everyone who's here commenting, I see all of your comments. Like I say, I read all the comments on my videos. I try to get back to them as much as I can. But everyone I see here, like for example, Sweeney and Michael and Spaldini and everyone, I see the comments that they put on all my videos. So I'm really, really happy, and it's really cool that I have this small little community on YouTube that comes and watches all of my stuff. Are the gyms air conditioned? I go to Fisher Fitness in Hildesheim, and then some of the other guys go to Elan. Fisher, I believe, does have slight air conditioning, but I wouldn't say to a point where it's overbearing, because I know when you're trying to work out if it's too cool or air conditioned, it sometimes can not be very nice. So I think there's ventilation in Fisher, but not full complete air conditioning. Small D, the Spartans were playing in the GFL2, but they got relegated. Yeah, I know. And they have financial problems because a lot of the imports went to other teams. Yeah, it's like Elmshorn. Elmshorn was a GFL2 team for so long, and I know they invested a lot into their team last year, and it paid off for them. They're in the GFL1 this year. So good work to anyone who's watching from Elmshorn or who supports the Fighting Pirates. Oh, that's awesome. Do I speak French? Parlez-vous français? Oui. No, I don't speak French. That's really all I know. Croissant, brioche, baguette. That's my limit of French that I speak. When I was in France, I was there with Italians, but they didn't even speak French. No, I don't speak any French. My teammate, Mr. Anthony Darblay, is French, and he speaks English, German, and a little bit of Spanish, I believe. So he's a lot better than me. It's a very difficult language. I've seen a video online about speaking French where someone puts a bunch of words into the translator and it's all the same stuff. So if you structure a sentence a certain way, it just comes up with the same word being repeated. So Fritzer is his name. Fritzer the Fisher. Okay, that makes more sense with the tongue twister. Yes, someone said, Chris, looking forward to the next stage in your life. We'd love to stay and chat, but I need to go. It was a nice chat. Cheers and good work, good job, good luck. Cool. So someone does know Chris here as well. I'm sitting here listening to your voice while I play Path of Exile. I think that's a game I think is being offered free right now on Steam or something. I don't have a PC to play games, but I've heard of that game before, so that's cool. If you're sitting here listening to me, that's great for me. I love the fact that you keep your window open and listen, even if you're not super active. Being here is supporting. Should we ask our questions in German so you can practice? I don't mind. You put them down there. If I don't understand them, then I'll try my best to answer the question that I think you're asking. Yeah, you can do that if you want. To me, the hardest tongue twister is Blaukraut bleibt Blaukraut und Brautkleid bleibt Brautkleid. Brautkleid. Blaukraut bleibt Blaukraut bleibt Blaukraut und Brautkleid bleibt Braukleid. That is a little hard. First person paintball would be lit. I agree, Chris. It would be lit. Especially coming from a Call of Duty player, the idea of having that, my idea is having that shot, like you can see my hands, you can see the targets. I wish you could reload the paintball guns that certain way, but it'd be real like gamer kind of looking. So definitely something that I think is a cool idea to do. And with a 360 camera, if I get smacked in the head by a paintball, if it's recording the whole time, then you can see, like I can slow it down of me getting worked in the face with a paintball. I'm sure everyone will want to see that. Paintball can be quite painful. I've been twice before. Luckily, I didn't get hit quite a lot because I am a bit of a sneaky, stalkery kind of player. I also went laser tagging in Dresden. I was pretty good at that too. So maybe a second coming of a career in sport. Hi Jacob, when will you come and visit Koblenz? Andy, I see you comment on my videos all the time. You make really, really great comments. Koblenz, I'm not sure. I'll have to look at how far it is and what's there, what we can do, plan it out. Like I said, I see all these places that you guys recommend me to go, and I'd love to go to all of them. It's really just working it into my schedule and my financial availability. Not every Chen is neutral. Imagine, for example. There you go. German language. Just when you think you got it covered and under control, it just sneaks up behind you and gives you another fright. Ray the Vagabond, I see you commenting all the time. So Marianne knows all about solo. She's put a crying face. If you like lemonade, try Bionade. Yes, I have tried Bionade, but it's just not the same. It's good, but once you have solo, it's just, there's nothing like it. It's different. It's like sweet, but it's sweet, it's lemon flavored. It's sweet, but it's sour. It's not too fizzy. Like one of the big ads for solo in Australia was it's low on fizz, so you can slam it down fast. And it's really different. Is your life led by food? If I was you, I'd be playing O-line. Yeah, but I don't have the build to go to O-line. If I ate and just didn't do anything, I'd be bigger in the waist and smaller everywhere else. But yes, my life is definitely led by food. I constantly want to try different things. I'm open to everything. I've tried lamb's brains. I've tried octopus. I've tried raw eel. I've eaten fish eggs, all that kind of stuff. I'm more than open to eating weird, interesting things because one of my favorite shows is Bizarre Foods, and also Anthony Bourdain was an awesome thing. I wanted to be a chef when I was in high school, so that's definitely a part of me that I love. I love experiencing new foods and new cultures through their dishes. Bionade is wirklich gut. We'll see about the collab. We will see. A lot of English-speaking people do not speak French and still always beg pardons for it. Ich lache dich nicht aus, ich lache natürlich mit dir. I don't laugh at you, I laugh with you. That's a great one. That's a great English thing when you're making fun of someone. So we're having a bit of an argument about Chen being neutral. Hast du Noppes schon probiert? Nauf ist verrückt danach. Du auch. Towards the end of last year, I was pretty crazy on Noppes, but they haven't been on special for a while. I'm a bargain hunter when it comes to that kind of stuff, so I haven't had Knoppers in a while, but definitely they are good. They give you the best of everything. Bit of chocolate, bit of milk cream, bit of wafer. It's good. It's definitely good. I understand the craze. Path of Exile is a free-to-play action role-playing game which you can play on PS. Oh, you can play on PS4 and Xbox too, like Diablo. But wow, oh, okay. It's like Diablo. Me and my brother got Diablo 3, I think, on our PlayStations when I was back home. We were playing together for a while. Okay, cool. I like the fact that F2P, APRG, people might not understand what it is, and I just translated it to free-to-play action role-playing game in live time. Okay, cool. I have to look at that. Path of Exile. I'll remember that one. Do you understand German humor, which quite different? Oh, cool. This brings me to a subject. So Marianne's birthday is in 2 weeks, and I originally was trying to get her tickets to go and see a comedian in Hanover at the Autokino. His name is Oliver Pocher. If you don't know who he is, you probably aren't German because he's pretty popular here. Him and his wife are doing like live sets in different places. And Hanover was the only place that would fit, and I didn't know about it until like 2 weeks ago that he was actually coming. And Marianne showed me one of his shows online, and because I'm getting better at German, I can understand a lot of the things that he's saying in his comedy shows. I found him to be quite brutally honest, but also quite funny. So I wanted to go and I wanted to surprise Marianne with a ticket to go and see him for her birthday. Unfortunately, it was all sold out, so I couldn't get the ticket, and the other dates that he's doing, at least close by to us, that works with Marianne's work schedule and travel and stuff, it's all sold out. So I do understand German humor. I understand some of the German comedy. I saw one of his videos just yesterday. He was talking about how Mallorca is completely empty, and he had a video where he was walking around Mallorca dressed up like a party guy. He actually had socks and slides on, which I found really funny. But yeah, I understand his humor. That's probably the only German comedian I've really watched. But yeah, I understand it when he talks, and he is quite funny. Thumbs up, exactly what I do. Stream in background while busy in foreground. Yes. I keep going like to the bottom of the path. I have to scroll back up in the questions. Don't forget the brain. Oh yeah, I did. Yeah, I tried brain in Brussels when we went to. Okay. We went to Brussels because it was the cheapest place to fly to in the off season, and I decided that I was going to take Marianne out for a real nice dinner one night. We were going to basically, the last night we were there, we were going to spend all of our money on this fancy dinner. We went to this place where all these comedians and famous people were eating. There was photos all over the wall. Marianne got, I think it was pasta with salmon. It was some kind of salmon carbonara, and I got the steak with all you can eat fries on the side, and it was really, really nice steak. It was an eye fillet. And for entree, I got lamb's brains, I think. Lamb's brains with capers, and it was actually probably, they were fried, and they were probably it was the nicest meat I've probably ever tried. It just like broke apart in my mouth, and it almost tasted, you know when you have something that's really fatty and it kind of coats your mouth? It was like that, and it was really delicious. I put lemon juice on it because they served it with lemon squares. Unbelievable. So that's it. If someone sits there and goes, oh, you tried brains? Yuck, I'd never do that. Go to this place and try it, and you'll tell me that you were crazy for not eating it earlier. If you like lemonade, you need to try D Lemo, not that sweet and really fresh. I see that all the time. I'm just not a huge fruit. Outside of Solo, I don't drink like any fruity stuff. I drink Dr. Pepper and Pepsi and Coke. I don't drink Fanta. I don't like Fanta. I really just drink Solo and then Dr. Pepper and cola. All of my fruity stuff is through these kind of drinks, these energy drinks, because they've got more of a sweet, fruity taste, but not a huge fan of the fruity stuff here in Germany. I did try Spitzy and it was pretty good, but yeah, if I have another choice, I won't do it. You wanted to become a chef. I guess now you're cooking opposing punt coverage units. Yeah, I am. I did. I wanted to become a chef. I wanted to become a pastry chef, actually. I wanted to cook desserts, which probably ties into the fact that I have a really big sweet tooth. I wanted to be a pastry chef. Unfortunately, that stopped happening because I couldn't take a certain class in my last year of school. In order to get into like a culinary academy, I needed to have a whole bunch of stuff ticked off to do. And I couldn't do these couple last classes, so I kind of started looking elsewhere for other stuff. I originally wanted to be a physio or a chef. They were like my two goals in high school, and neither of them really worked out. Wann fangst du wieder mit dein Deutsch? So I'm not going back to when do I start again with my German? I don't know whether you mean speaking or my lessons. So right now I will be doing some German lessons this week, but I'm not going back to ISK just because of the cost. Mojo, you asked in the comments the last vlog how much it costs. So the 8-week course for B2.2, it's like 840 euros. That's how much I was getting. My company was charging for me to go to the school. And then obviously because it's in Hanover, I think a bus pass for 4 weeks is 140 something euros. So it's about 300 euros for transport there. And then the actual cost of the school. So it's nearly 1,000 euros, if not more, to go to that German school. So I am looking at avenues and options. about what to actually do or how to do it. But I have some videos coming up that will explain a bit more. What else have we got? I've been to Ollie Pocker twice in Stuttgart, laughed my butt off. Yeah, I'm gonna have to try and book something that's a bit later in the year, but yeah, I was really disappointed. I was originally gonna get the regular auto kino ticket, and then I saw that they had VIP tickets available, which was front row. We both got an Egal t-shirt each, and yeah, I actually ended up going onto eBay Kleinanzeigen. Someone was selling VIP tickets. I offered him more than what they were retail. He said, yep, deal. I asked for his PayPal address because he said he could send them to me. He ended up selling them at the end to someone who could pick them up for less than what I asked or offered. And I was really disappointed because they would have got here before the weekend. We would have actually been going today or Friday to go and see him in Hanover. But that's just how it goes. Shwini, there is still one important question I have to ask you. Does pineapple belong on pizza? In my mind, yes. I like pineapple on pizza. It has to be cooked though, cooked properly. It's like pineapple on burgers. Not a lot of people will look at me and kind of go, what? But if you put a nice ring of pineapple on the barbecue and caramelize it and grill it really nicely, it just pops on a burger. And the same thing with a pizza. If it's fresh pineapple that you've got actually cooked right, perfect. Probably because I'm from Queensland and we do a lot of stuff with pineapple. That's probably why that's in my head. If you ask someone from another part of Australia, they'd probably say, yeah, no. There's a problem with the live chat for LH. No! Hopefully it's fixed by the time I'm getting to that comment. Oliver Pocker is so funny. Did you know he's actually from the Hanover? Yeah, I see he lives in Cologne, but he was born in Hanover. Marianne, kind of the reason I got interested in finding live shows for him was the fact that Marianne was watching like a biography, like a bit of a video about how he came to fame. And I didn't realize who he was or how big he was back in the day. He had the talking show with a really well-known German, like the Jay Leno or the David Letterman of Germany, and he was like teamed up with him and all this kind of stuff. Yeah, he's born in Hanover, but he lives in Cologne. A lot of the stuff he does I find really, really funny. Pocket is meh. I think he's got very dark humor sometimes, but I like how blunt and honest he is, especially when he's talking about influencers who make their money off advertising and that kind of stuff. He really puts the flame to them, and I love that because it's the way I think sometimes. Würdest du für immer in Deutschland bleiben oder wirst du eines Tages zurück sein nach Australien? That's a hard question if I would stay in Deutschland forever or go back to Australia. I think at the moment I see myself more going back to Australia, but that's just with the situation that's going on at the moment with work and everything. Obviously, if I had my life set up here in Germany, I love it here and I would love to stay. So it's kind of hard, and that's why I'm kind of just taking each day as it comes at the moment with what I can and can't do. Love Germany, love Australia. The biggest thing obviously being my family is back in Australia. Yeah, it's a hard question to answer. I think I can't really answer that question until it comes to that point in time where I have to make that decision. Okay, we got a new person. Trans Opa. Hello, Jacob. Liebe Grüße aus Südhessen. Okay, was meinst du? Werden wir in diesem Jahr in der GFL noch Spielen mit Zuschauern sehen? Und was ist die Meinung zur Situation in general? So yeah, I answered this question at the GFL earlier. So the GFL said they will not play without fans. There's no availability for ghost games or Geister Spiel because teams just don't have the money to do that. So if there is a GFL season, of course it will be with spectators. I'm not sure how much spectators will be allowed. It's kind of a case-by-case basis. We'll find out probably in the next 2 weeks if the GFL plays or not. At the moment, my belief is that we won't, but I'm maintaining positivity and hoping that something does come through. Okay, New Aussie Andre. Koblenz is about 370 kilometers from Hildesheim, so about 3.5 hours drive. So it's kind of regular. It's on the Rhine River. Okay, so it's west, southwest, northwest, but the Rhine River is near Cologne. So, okay, so it's kind of out towards that way. Oh, there's a castle, some other good things. Okay, castles, rivers, sounds like a nice place. Knoppers in the US Aldi is $2 for 5. Was cheaper when I got them in Rewe for even more than a 5-pack. Yeah, that's like, we have an Aldi back home. I never went in the off season, but I really want to go next time I'm outside of Germany to see what price German stuff is, because ginger beer, the Bundaberg ginger beer here in Germany, is actually cheaper when you buy it in Rewe or Edeka than it is when you buy a single one back home in Australia. It's like $3 a bottle back home in Australia on its own. Here it's like €1.50. So even with importation and exchange rate, it's still cheaper. Have I tried Malz beer? No. There's that Vitamalz stuff, which is basically for kids that want to like drink beer. Or it's also got stuff in it, obviously, that's good for you. But no, I haven't tried Malz beer. Not yet, no. Another tongue twister. Zen Zurich... I'm already screwing it up. Zen Zuricher Zuzeigen Sorgen Zen Zenta Zucker zum Zuricher Zentralbahnhof. Ha! I think I did that. Okay. Good for an English speaker. And from Koblenz, you can drive on the B9 South along the Rhine with great things to see along the road. That's like in Australia, you've got the Great Ocean Road. Okay, cool. It's like in Dresden when you drive along the Elbe. You can drive across it or drive along it as you're going through Old Town and stuff. It's really, really nice. I said it wrong. Mädchen is neutral, of course, das Mädchen. Confusing, I know. Yeah, pastry chef in German, yes. Konditor. Yes. So where am I now? The biggest taboo in Germany is to talk about death or one's incomes. Is it the same in Australia? Okay. Death, no. I might have a candy. Incomes in Australia. Not taboo. It depends kind of what crowd you run in. Like some crowds, like for example, my brothers are concreters. They basically get paid for how valuable they are, so people know how much they're on. In office situations and more blue collar stuff, yeah, I guess it's kind of frowned upon to talk about how much you earn. Death being a taboo subject, no, I don't think so. I think it's a sensitive subject, but not so much taboo. I mean, if you walk into the middle of a restaurant and just start telling someone about how your friend passed away, of course that's uncomfortable and unnecessary, but not so much taboo. I think a lot of things that are derived as being taboo is just because it's uncomfortable to talk about. But yeah, not so much in Australia, taboo with death. Agreed about Mel, you don't like Pocker? No, I like Pocker. I think he's funny. Teddy or Bullet Silent, okay. My sister travelled Australia for about 1 year. She told me that the Australians like to barbecue, eat oysters and smoke weed. Is that true? If you go to, not Byron Bay, there's another place, Nimbin. Nimbin is the capital of illicit stuff in Australia. But outside of that, is it illegal? So I will not comment on it. I do not partake in that myself. Definitely not. Australians like to barbecue. Yes, the weather in Australia is always hot and there's always sunshine, at least for most of the year. So people do love to barbecue, go out into the fresh air, throw some snags on the barbie. We don't throw shrimp on the barbie. We don't call them shrimp, we call them prawns. But yeah, throw some stuff on the barbecue. Eat oysters. I think that's kind of because they're a local kind of delicacy. Like you can get them around the coast of Australia. I don't really eat them. I have had oysters Kilpatrick, which is really, really delicious. But yeah, definitely true. Barbecue, oysters, lay back, chill, no stress. My favorite saying in German is "Ich habe keine Zeit für Stress," because there's just so much stuff that you can be stressed about in the world. Why bother putting something else on that list? Pineapple pizza, pineapple on pizza unsubbed. No, don't. I take it back. Malz beer is underrated. Okay. Ich finde ihn in seinen Torauftritten übelst lustig. But one of the best German comedians will forever be Jürgen von der Lippe. Okay. Many people here are encouraging Jacob to continue his study of German. Maybe we could find a more concrete way to do that. Yeah, I'm looking at avenues online, Jim, as to how I could do it, because obviously with my B2 being split with this school, I don't know whether there's other places that offer B2.2 or how I would do that. Maybe it could be potentially, I think, I could just go and sit a test to pass B2.2 if I think that I'm up to that, and then maybe enroll into a C1 course. I'm not too sure. I've only really started thinking about that recently, how I might be able to make that work. So yeah, definitely want to keep doing it though. Mario Barth, so that's another comedian, I'm guessing. The most I miss about Australia food-wise is Milo. What about you? Did you ever drink Vitamalts here in Germany, which is a malt drink, beer and alcohol free? Haven't drank Vitamalts, but I have a big tin of Milo that got sent to me. So I do have Milo here. I've had it probably like 2 or 3 times. I don't drink it very often. Used to when I was a kid though. Milo, I've had it, most of the time I'm having it after training because I feel like having something sweet to drink. So I've been having Milo, but it's definitely a great drink, don't get me wrong. But Solo definitely is a more on my missing list. Haven't tried Vitamalts. I might have to buy one and try it because I'm getting that. I'm getting Vitamalts and malts beer a lot in the comments. Jim Jeffries, that's a good comedian. I went through a couple weeks ago. Marianne was really frustrated with me because I went through a period a couple weeks ago where I was sitting there with my headphones on, watching Netflix when she watched shows on the laptop. When she watches her German shows, I'll watch something on Netflix. And I was watching lots of comedian shows, and I'd just sit there in silence for a couple of minutes, and then next minute I'd break out into laughter and then stop, and then break out into laughter again and then stop. And she was really frustrated with me, the fact that I kept doing it, so she ended up going to the other room to watch her show. But I really do enjoy watching the comedian shows on Netflix. Hello MB, how often do I speak to Nalf? Through everything like commenting on his YouTube, him replying to me, him commenting on my YouTube, me replying to him, through Instagram and stuff. It'd be maybe once every week to 2 weeks. I think maybe there might be a comment thrown or a message, either way. It was more, I think, before Christmas we were messaging a fair bit trying to plan stuff, but at the moment with everything kind of up in the air, there hasn't been a lot of communication. I think if we knew that the season was going on and we'd have the summer break like normal, then yeah, definitely we'd be talking more, trying to plan something out. But yeah, maybe once every week or two. I'm also in his Patreon Discord, so when he jumps on there, he jumped on the other day, so I had a little bit of a laugh with him in there. So yeah. Jürgen von Lippe is a great German comedian. I'll have to look him up. Are you planning on getting more tattoos, and which body part is the most painful to get one? That is a good question. I think your ribs are the most painful spot to get a tattoo. Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, I'm pretty heavily tattooed. I have obviously all of this arm down to my armpit, and I have all of this arm as well. I also have my shin done. I can't really get it up high enough because I'm a punter, but I'm not super flexible. I've got my whole shin done there. I've got my whole chest done, obviously. And I've actually got my ribs done. You don't see it a lot because I don't walk around with my shirt off. I've got my last name tattooed on my ribs. That was my first tattoo I ever got. Am I planning on getting more? Yeah, I want to get the bottom of my leg finished. I want to get it wrapped around so my whole calf and shin are done. I want to get my foot tattooed. I want to get this elbow filled in. And I don't know whether I want to start getting my torso more done. I think really anything's open game besides my hands, my face and my neck. I'll never touch those, but everywhere else, yeah, why not? Most painful, to answer that question, ribs. It was only like a 2-hour tattoo, so it wasn't too bad for me. I could cope. The most painful part for me was down here near my Brustwarze. That was very, very, very painful. And up near my underarm, where the lines kind of go up there because it's such a sensitive area of skin, and the skin is so thin, it definitely doesn't tickle. Have you gone snow skiing anywhere in Europe? No, I haven't. I need to go somewhere to ski or snowboard, whether it be the Alps in Austria, Germany, in Scandinavia. I need to go somewhere where it's really winter. I was waiting to wake up one day here in Germany and have white stuff just falling, everything covered in white. But never happened, unfortunately. I really, really want to have a white, not even a white Christmas, just as like a snow day is one of my dreams. If you like pineapple on pizza, try the South African banana and bacon pizza. We have a place in Australia called Max Brenner. It's like a dessert bar. And that banana and bacon sounds like something they do on a pizza with like the chocolate sauce and stuff. Could be an idea for a company to do like a dessert pizza line, banana and bacon. Bei mir kommt lange nicht an. Plötzlich kommt dann alles auf einmal und ich muss suchen, an welcher Stelle die Chat war am Seite. Okay, so the chat's working now, it seems, for you. Marianne, have to get going, make myself a nice sandwich. I'd love to make you one, but you... Yeah, they want to see me chewing in the video. Make me a sandwich, that's a little rude. Yes, I would love a sandwich, so if you're still watching, Marianne, can you make me one and bring me one in, please? I'm sure everyone wants to see your face come through that door in the back. Hello, mate. Who said hello, mate? I just lost it again. It keeps doing that. Wandy Lismos. Hello to you too, Wandy Lismos. Be careful with your soft drink consumption because there is a woman in New Zealand who drank a few litres of Coke every day for over 20 years and she lost all her teeth and got lots of... Yes, I don't have any health problems right now, thankfully. I do try to limit my intake as much as I can, but it's just something that I keep coming back to. I had bad teeth as a kid, so I've already got bad teeth. I do obviously take care of my oral hygiene as much as I can. But yeah, definitely it's a thing that I want to cut out, but I don't want to completely take out. In the off season, I actually cut all of my soda consumption, and I only stuck with water and black coffee. But yeah, I need to cut it down a bit, but I don't want to get rid of it completely. It's kind of like my special little treat. I have lots of special little treats, as you can tell by my talk of food. If I had a bit more money to spend, I would really like to invite you to Ludwigsburg in south of Germany. Wow, Ludwigsburg. That sounds like just the place sounds really cool. Don't say if you had more money to spend. You don't need to spend, no one needs to spend money on me. Obviously there is Patreon and Super Chat and that kind of stuff. You don't need to do it. I'll ask you to do it if you can, that's great. But I'm not asking anyone to spend money on me that they don't have or they don't want to. It'd be great if people could do that, if you're in that position. But Ludwigsburg, I'll remember it. Definitely keep in touch with me. If I have the money to do that kind of stuff, I definitely want to do it, especially if it's a place where people that support me are living. I would love to do a meet and greet everywhere I go. So yeah, definitely don't feel bad because you need to save money in a certain way to do that. But Ludwigsburg, I'll have to remember that name. I'm glad the chat saves itself so I can look back at all this and write notes afterwards. Do I miss the Australian climate, sometime the Australian landscape? The landscape, not really. We're very metropolitan where I live in Australia. I think I miss being so close to the beach a little bit, even though I'm not a big beach person. Missing the Australian climate, would you miss 40-degree days with 90% humidity? I don't think so. The German summers are getting hotter, so it's getting closer to Australian weather. But I definitely, yeah, yes and no. It's a love-hate relationship with Australia's climate. Coming from a warm climate like Australia, was it difficult for you to adjust to the colder weather in Germany? This is interesting because we fly into Germany in April when it's a lot colder. And the first year I came to Dresden, we got given our hoodies and stuff, and I came into the Monarch's facilities, and while I was in there, it started snowing, and I rode my bike there. So I actually had to ride my bike home in snow or ice rain. So I think it took me a couple of weeks to acclimatize to actually being active during that weather because I hadn't really experienced having that weather be so cold, not only in the mornings and the nights, but through the day. So it just kind of made me stiff and not wanting to really do anything. And then also training. I think the first training I went to at the Monarchs, it was like 2 degrees and I wore no undergarments. I was just wearing my singlet and my shorts and my pads, and everyone looked at me like I was crazy. But I don't really get affected too bad by the cold. I'm pretty good with it. So if I just wear a pair of jeans and a hoodie, that'll do me for a lot of the climate. Unless it's really close to snowing, I'll have to throw another jacket on or a beanie. But not super difficult except for those first couple of weeks, yeah. Was sagst du zur kommenden Season? Hatte der AFI besser ab? I think it's better for everyone to. I don't want to say it's better for everyone to cancel, but I feel like if there's a major imbalance in the league, it kind of ruins the competitive side of the sport. If one team's struggling to stay afloat, can't bring any imports in, and really can't run a season as normal, and there's another team that's well organized and can do everything they wanted to do, it's kind of misbalanced, and then it kind of affects, not only does having the season affect the smaller team or the team that's not as well equipped, but it just kind of means that they're having a season just for the sake of staying afloat, but they might get pummeled 60-0 every week, and then their fans kind of lose interest. So for me, if there's no balance inside the season, I think it's kind of a bit hard to monitor how a season might go. It's just, it seems easier to cancel everything, but everyone wants a season to happen. It's just making sure that it's balanced and organized well enough that it's not a meaningless season for half the teams. Hat dich schon mal jemand erkannt, angesprochen und nach einem Selfie oder gar nicht einem Autogramm? Has anyone asked me for a selfie or an autograph? Not just like in the street, no. I'm not that well known. I've had people message me, and like, for example, one fan wanted me to sign a picture for one of his friends for his birthday. I've had photos and stuff at games and that kind of thing, but not like really in the street. I think I've had one person come up to me in the grocery store and say, "Hey, how are you?" And I've said good, and I thought it was maybe a fan of the Invaders, but it was actually someone who watched my channel. But no, no one's really done that. Has anyone besides me noticed your hair? One person, Mojo Jim, did mention it. He more mentioned the fact that because it was the other way, I didn't have the antenna anymore. So he did notice it. I mentioned that you had noticed it as well. So for people that don't know what I'm talking about, when I got my hair cut, the hairdresser pulled my hair to this side instead of the other side, so my cowlick can kind of do its thing. So I've kept it like that to keep it more neat. So that answers the anyone noticing thing. 2 hours already. Wow. Is there a time I can see where it says? Oh yeah, started streaming 2 hours ago, 89 watching. Wow. Sorry guys, my phone gave me a message of low power. So still going. It's I think at like 20%. So bear with me for a sec. I'm going to put my power pack on my phone, so hopefully that'll work. It might be a bit weird, but I want to keep going. So give me a second. Okay, I think that's working. Okay. If my sound's good, tell me if my sound's still good. I just had to plug I've got a power pack for my phone. I had to plug that in. I wasn't sure how my battery would last, so sorry for the interruption. But yeah, when I saw 2 hours flew by, I actually looked and went, oh wow, I wonder how my battery's going. And the screen froze, so that kind of answered my question. Okay, so. Do I know Gabriel Fluffy Iglesias? Yes, he has a show on Netflix. If you want to become a chef, I could cook you up with my brother Marcel in Cairns because he is a head chef of a hotel restaurant there, always looking for good people. Definitely, if I head back to Australia, I would be interested. I don't know about how I go living in Cairns. It's not too far from Brisbane. It's in the same state, but maybe it could be an option for sure. Mojo Jim, it's time for your nap. Okay. hopefully I'm still going when you wake up. If not, then I'll definitely talk to you soon anyway. Do I like Club Mate? It is the best German soft drink. I do like Mate. I mentioned this right at the start of my video. I don't think I've tried Club Mate very much. My favorite is Mio Mate. I like the banana one. It's delicious. And I also like their cola one and their ginger one. The only one I don't really like is the original for some reason. They sent me a big package of Mate, and it was amazing. I love it. Schleswig-Holstein or Niedersachsen? Which state is more beautiful? And why is it Schleswig-Holstein? I haven't been to many places, I think, in Schleswig-Holstein, so I have to say Niedersachsen because it's where I live, it's where Hildesheim is, it's where Hanover is. I just really like it here. I don't want to say that I like it more than Dresden, but I mean, I love Dresden, but in terms of the vibe I get from Hildesheim, I really, really like it. I enjoy it. No, no face tattoo, how disappointing. Maybe if I ever get to like 10 million subs or something like that, maybe I'll get like a YouTube play button tattooed somewhere where it's real visible, like on my finger or like here or something. But until I'm pretty comfortable that I'm never gonna have to work again, neck, hands, and face are kind of off limits. My first and only till now tattoo is my first name in kanji. Ah, cool. So yeah, simple. It's Japanese calligraphy. Cool. My brother has a word tattooed on his wrist that's in Latin. Mel asks, how painful is the tattoo on the inside of my wrist? So I've got these two. They're called ambigrams. They flip and they're mirrored. The tattoo wasn't too bad. I think because there's so many tendons and stuff there, it is a little uncomfortable when it goes over a tendon and it kind of flicks it a little bit, so you have a little bit of a twitch when it happens. But pain, not really that bad in tattoo sense. And growing up in the Philippines, I grew up drinking Milo and Ovaltine. I haven't really seen them out here in the States. I've seen Ovaltine stuff out here every so often in Germany, but definitely no Milo. The only place I've seen Milo in Germany is there's a Asian food market in Hanover near the Hauptbahnhof, and they sell Milo tins. I think a real small Milo tin was like €5, so it's just not worth it, but they sell it. It's been a while since we've had white winters, but maybe global warming will let up a bit this year with all the cancelled flights. Fingers crossed. Yeah, I mean, the world is recovering. People aren't doing as much, so hopefully that does help the climate fact. I won't cross my fingers, but yeah, hopefully. Is there any German movie you've seen that you like, and do Australians watch German stuff on TV? We don't watch German stuff on TV, no, at least not to my knowledge. German movie that I've seen that you like, I've probably watched a couple that I didn't realise were German, but I haven't really watched a movie that's been not translated or isn't in English. I haven't watched any German speaking movies yet. So yeah, no, I haven't watched any German movies that I like, unless it's something that I'm not too sure. You probably like Hythabu, the Viking Museum is quite, oh yeah. I'm really, really high on Nord mythology. I'm so sorry, I don't know why I can't say that. Norse mythology with Vikings and all of the Norse gods. Really, really interesting to me. If you want beaches, try California or Brazilian near Kiel. Oh, okay. Travemünde, I think, is where we went when we went to Lübeck last year. Travemünde is the beach that we went to. So, yeah, it is a nice beach, but the sand, it's like little rocks. It's not like the sand you have in Australia. Australia's sand is like what you see in a little timer, how soft and small it is. That's what the sand's like on the beaches in Australia. Coffee in Berlin would be a great movie to start with. Okay, A Coffee in Berlin. Sounds good. Coffee in Berlin sounds like a cool thing to do, so. We've got a fellow vlogger in the comment section. CB, what is up, my man? Still watching your stuff. Hopefully your camp hasn't tired you out too much. When are you going to come visit me in Straubing? When am I going to come to Straubing? Yes? When are we going to go to Straubing?
I don't know.
When am I going to go to Strolling? Probably when we plan to go to. Thank you.
Make sure you don't eat that.
Eat what?
Eat the stick.
Oh, okay. When am I going to go to Strolving? I think when we go to Bavaria, when we plan, we'll probably maybe plan to stop in at a few places if Marion has the time off the holidays. We'd maybe go there and on the way to Munich or something like that, maybe see a couple places all at once. So yeah, definitely want to visit you in Strobing. Definitely. I mean, we could start doing a meet and greet in Hildesheim. Some YouTubers from Berlin did a meet and greet playing some football with their viewers. Maybe you could ask for permission to use. Yeah, well, it's like there's a YouTuber who's just moved to Berlin from Hildesheim. Her name's Caramella. Marianne watches her. I can't watch her because she speaks way too quickly, German way too quickly. She had a meet and greet in a gallery, and we went down there. This was late last year. We went to the gallery to go shopping, and it was just packed. And she's got nearly 200,000 subscribers now, so she's a lot bigger than I am. So I'm not sure how many of my 7.7 thousand subscribers are from Hildesheim, but definitely a meet and greet is going to be on the list. Am I a Vegemite fan? Yes, I eat the stuff by the spoonful. If you don't, you're not really Australian. If you can't have a spoonful of Vegemite without dry reaching, you're not Australian. Oh, this is... Schweeney's coming up with all the good questions. Would you rather fight one horse-sized duck or 100 duck-sized horses? Okay, I don't want to get violent, but I feel like I'd have a better chance against 100 duck-sized horses because, I mean, I've got a pretty strong leg, so I could kick those things fairly hard. As for the one horse-sized duck, I don't think I want to get caught on the wrong side of that thing's beak or bill. The big webbed feet. No. 100 duck-sized horses. Jacob, do you scuba dive? I haven't been scuba diving. I have been snorkeling around where I live back in Australia. You can go snorkeling in a fair few places. I haven't been to the Great Barrier Reef though. But no, I haven't been scuba diving, just snorkeling, which is without the air canisters. I mean, Billy Connolly is the best speaking comedian, even though he has a Scottish accent. He is a very, very great comedian. I do love Billy Connolly. It's a shame that he doesn't do a lot anymore because obviously his health. But yeah, he was a great comedian, still is obviously. Billy Connolly's great. I really like Dane Cook. He's a bit more new school. Dane Cook and also Chris D'Elia. If you haven't seen Chris D'Elia's stuff on Netflix, definitely recommend it. He's a pretty funny comedian. He's a bit edgy, but I like that. Can you compare living in Dresden to living in Hildesheim? Hildesheim's smaller. We were only talking about this, me and Marianne, yesterday. And I think Hildesheim, everything's so close. When you go into the town, everything's really close together. It's not a huge tourism attraction. So Dresden obviously isn't the biggest tourism city in Germany, like Berlin or Munich, but there is still a lot of tourism there with like the Frauenkirchen and all that kind of stuff. And it is a huge, it grabs a lot of attention for people wanting to stay in certain places, whereas Hildesheim is more off the grid. So I think living here is a bit more relaxing. There's not as much hustle. It's a bit more laid back. People might call it boring. I call it relaxing. I call it nice. So I think Hildesheim is more in line with what I want in a city to live in. Dresden is definitely better than other places. Like I couldn't really see myself living in Berlin or Frankfurt just because they're so big and just full of people. I'm a bit more laid back. So yeah, I can't compare living in Dresden to living in Hildesheim, but definitely still different vibes all over. I really want to write something about under your Germany is starting video if you want to know a bit more about it. Yeah, go for it. Go for it, definitely. If there's something you want to tell me, write it. Good, bad, whatever. I want to read all the comments. If you've got a bad thing to say about my videos, say it, because it's just, for me, I just take it as constructive criticism, unless it's really offensive, and then I just take it as a challenge to be offensive back to you. So if you want to say something mean to me, go ahead. Yes, yeah, very frustrating, but yeah, probably normal by the live streams, unless you have, like, for example, My camera, I think you can buy a battery that can plug in to a power cord. So that can obviously solve the problem of having low battery. But my battery case is a couple years old, so I didn't want to kind of run with it because I wasn't sure how the volume would be, if it would connect to my microphone. But now the battery pack's pretty full, so I might be able to go for a little bit longer. So you wanted to comment about Ludwigsburg. Yeah, definitely. Do it, go for it. Sky Zombie asks, are you religious and do you believe in God? That's a touchy subject that I know a lot of people don't like to answer, and people don't want to talk about unless you are very much, very religious and you're very sure in your beliefs. When someone asks me something like that, I normally say I'm agnostic. I don't want to say that there is no God. I don't want to say that there is a God. I believe that there is something that happens, or you experience something after you leave the earth or once you pass away. I don't want to kind of cancel out any other person's religion. I don't want to say that there is no that God or there isn't many gods. I don't know. And that's the biggest thing, is I don't know. I'm very much a realist. If I don't know something, I won't comment about it. So that's why I always kind of say I'm agnostic, because I believe there is something, but I don't know what. So I know that's kind of a bit of a cop-out question, a cop-out answer for most people, but it's just the way it is. If you don't know something, there is obviously having faith, but I have faith, but I can't say that there is one. Like, there is a God. So yeah, that's answering that question. Yes, that is the reason the picture was frozen. Wow, so I'm probably a fair way back on these comments. You are commenting like crazy. Greetings from Telto. Hello, Storm Chasing Germany. The sound is a bit lower than before. That's probably because my mic might not be working through my power pack, because it has to plug in through the charging area, so it might not be registering the same way. So I'm sorry about that. Hopefully it's still okay. It's probably just using the microphone from my iPhone. Bestie, George Carlin, Frankie Boyle, and Dylan Moran. Yeah, volume went down after plugging the power in. So sorry guys, as I mentioned, it's probably this microphone isn't working anymore because I'm having to plug it through the power pack. The settings probably doesn't line up if it's not plugged in directly to the phone. So I have to keep the power pack in for a while. Maybe if I leave it in and I still go for a little longer, I might take it off and put the mic back in. What kind of music do I like to listen to, and is there any band or musician that you like that you know over there in Australia? In Australia, I like the John Butler Trio. Is an older band. They're really, really good. They're Australian. They're from Perth. I love Matt Corby. If you haven't heard Matt Corby's stuff, he's an Australian artist. He is unbelievable. Tash Sultana is another Australian artist who is amazing. She's kind of like the Australian version of Ed Sheeran with the way she does her loops with her songs. I like a lot of the Australian musicians. In terms of bands, I'm a Nickelback fan, even though they're a classic and they haven't come out with music for a while. But I like everything. Everything that you put in front of me, I could probably find something good about. Hello, Dominic Gruser. Isn't Cairns where Sea Patrol is played? Maybe, I don't know. So you're going to spend a lot of time playing Assassin's Creed Valhalla when it comes out. Damn straight I am. I am super excited. I've got a little savings bank put aside for the PlayStation 5. That's probably going to be the first game I play on PlayStation 5 is Assassin's Creed Valhalla, because it fuels my role-playing Assassin's Creed addiction and also my Vikings Norse God addiction. So yes, definitely going to be playing that one. Nestle doesn't sell Milo in Europe, just Asia and Australia. That's probably why it's in the Asia market, because they get it sent over from Asia. So that answers that question. Yeah, they have Nesquik over here. It's just not the same. What a nice looking sandwich. So you're just seeing the sandwich. Wow, I'm really far behind. How do you think the German government handles the pandemic situation? A lot better than most other governments. I think the German healthcare system really helped there. I think the government's being responsible in what they're doing. Even with the outcry of people to go back to normal everyday life, I think it's definitely better to be safe. So I think they could have jumped on it a little earlier than they did, because I was watching the numbers go up and up and up before they kind of put in everything. But yeah, definitely better than most. Wenn du bei CB bist, ich empfehle noch einen Besuch im Tiergarten in Nürnberg. Oh, Tiergarten in Nürnberg. If I'm near, when I'm visiting CB, I have to go to Nürnberg to go to the Tiergarten. Very, very good recommendation. Thank you. I like snorkeling. What doesn't need a van for the equipment? Yeah, same thing. It's not as expensive. You can just hire some equipment, or you can use your own. It's a lot cheaper. So. Smaldini, so you're going. Okay, fun listening to you and hearing your answers to all the questions. Thanks for your live stream. I would love to see this becoming a regular thing. That's great. It's good that you gave me the feedback before you left, because I want to turn this into a regular thing. It might not be as long as this one because this is my first one. Maybe I'll just do like a half hour or an hour or something every Sunday or every second Sunday. But definitely want to make this a regular thing. So thank you for the feedback, Smaldini. Favorite place in Hildesheim? Wildgatter, if not Wildgatter, anywhere where I can sit and enjoy a really nice cup of coffee. Popcorn, salted or sweet? I am more salted. Marianne is more sweet. If I go sweet popcorn, I go like the real crazy caramel covered popcorn, not just the sugary one. Okay, agreed. Mel agreed with Smaldini. Very well done live stream. I'm doing the Jacob. Yes, that's a little bit of a NALF Patreon chat thing. I won't go into that because if you're not a part of that Patreon, you have to kind of frozen again. Sorry guys, I'm going flat, so I'm gonna see if Marianne can hear me. Marianne, can you bring me the phone charger? I'm going flat, so I'm getting Marianne to bring me the phone charger so I can plug myself into a PowerPoint because I want to keep going, but my power bank must have just used all of the juice. So be careful you don't slip. You have one of those slides on when fighting the duck-sized horses. I've done the comment from yesterday because I watch it all the time. The German countryside, like Hildesheim or the country Lippe where I grew up, is not that far from Hildesheim. It has the Teutoburg Forest. So that's another recommendation, the Teutoburg Forest, or at least in my opinion. Yes, thank you. Okay, so I've got the charger. Bear with me, guys.
Turn it off. You get it?
I'll just have to move it this way if I can. Or oh wait, I can just plug it into this because it's USB. Okay.
Alright.
Okay, so I'm taking you guys off so I can plug you guys into the charger. So give me a second. Okay. That should be the last we'll ever have that problem because I've just plugged you guys in to charge. I'll just check that you're charging. I imagine so. Guys, yet again, sorry, plugged you in, you're charging, so that's the last we should have of any interruptions. Okay, so, sorry about that. So, it's all good with the sound, there's a reason volume buttons are invented. The answer to the God question is always there might be something or someone, but I don't know. So I try to live my life by doing good in the world and hope it fits to all religions. Yeah, pretty much. Like you can't really say yes or no to that unless you are firmly believing in a certain thing. So my answer is, of course, that I obviously want to be as good as I can in my life. So whatever happens, happens. Have you been to Cologne? No, I mentioned that earlier in the stream. I wish I had been to Cologne. I haven't been there yet to stay. I've only been there to play football. So definitely want to make the trip out there as well. Hello Seb Habu, what is doing with my Ausbildung? Ich war freigestellt von meiner Ausbildung. Ich habe keine Arbeit. Ich habe noch nicht eine neue Arbeit gefunden. Ich habe bei die Agentur für Arbeit angemeldet und ich muss warten. Ich muss sehen, was passiert mit meiner Arbeit. If that answers your question. Hopefully that was good enough German for you to understand. Great live stream, signing out. DM you on Instagram soon. Okay. Thank you for stopping by. Do you know that you're living in the Europeans Tornado Alley? Germany has a similar amount of tornadoes and strong tornadoes per square mile as Texas. Someone may have been you storm chasing. Mentioned that in one of my Germany the weather videos, that I'm living in the tornado alley of Germany or Europe. I did not know that. I haven't experienced a tornado myself, so I mean, yeah, not sure. Seatbelt, thank you for the first Q&A session, was great. That's great to hear. If you're being nice and saying that it was great, that's great. If you're actually saying that it was great, either way, it's great. I like the fact that people are thumbs upping it. I have one thumbs down, probably because of the battery situation, but that's going to happen on your first time. If you could forget one movie or TV show you've watched and really enjoyed and watch and experience it again for the first time, which would it be? Wow, I've watched so many movies. Something that like really blew my mind. I'd probably say something like Inception, something where you've got to think. The Da Vinci Code. I love the Da Vinci Code. Something like that where your mind's constantly racing. Saw, I know it's very violent, but I love the Saw series, where there's just that twist around the corner, something like that. What's the one with, is it Denzel Washington? I think it's Angelina Jolie, The Bone Collector. Like these movies where you Fight Club, pick any of the above, Shwini. Something that's got my mind racing, and at the end you're sitting there like, what? Avengers Endgame. That was one that blew my mind. Nita Saxon, of course, Nita Saxon. Is Crocodile Dundee that famous in Australia like he's in Germany? Not as famous as Steve Irwin, but I would say he's well known, but he's a stereotypical, he's like a joke to us because it's not real. What he does is not real, it's not real Australia, so it's kind of a joke. It's kind of like, I'm trying to think of something that's the same in another country, but I can't really think of something off the top of my head. But yeah, it's not really authentic Australian, so he's famous, like Paul Hogan, who does Crocodile Dundee, is famous, but not Crocodile Dundee itself. Cooking from the loft or Mr. B, yeah, vlogging can be exhausting. The most exhausting part is probably thinking of the ideas to do and editing them and making sure they look good for you guys to enjoy, because I could just put a camera in front of my face and talk about whatever it is I want to talk about at the time. But if I just sit there and put that up online, it's not really pleasing to the eye. So making sure the vlogs come out looking nice is probably the most stressful thing. Michael, take care of yourself. Nice live stream. Tell Marianne German only. Peace out till next time. Yes. He's living a bit north from it, isn't he? There was a tornado near my sister's house in Rötgen that ripped off a few of the roofs of their houses. They were full of sirens. Wow, I didn't like, when you hear tornadoes or hurricanes, you don't really think of Germany, but there you have it. Something's actually happened to someone. So, I would love to see Forrest Gump like I never saw before. Yeah, I'm trying to think of older movies as well. But when I think older movies, I can just think of like Jim Carrey movies because he's my favorite actor. Like Truman Show and Ace Ventura and all that kind of stuff. Shawshank Redemption. Like I'm trying to think of old movies. But definitely, I'd say my pick is just something that kind of has my mind racing, because those are the kind of movies that I enjoy. Do you watch Duschgelkamp? Duschgelkamp? I don't know what douche cunt means, but so no, I don't watch it. I don't know what that means. Your German is quite good. Cool, awesome. So what I said earlier, obviously people understood, which is great. That's the goal, is so you guys can understand me. I don't want to be fluent. I want to be able to speak and be spoken to and understand everything. That's the goal at the end of the day, is communication. So it's good that people understand. Oh, Jungle Camp. Jungle Camp, that's like, we have a version in Australia, it's called I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. Because they always bring in celebrities. Jungle Camp made my day. Yeah. So yeah, it's like it's like the celebrities going to the little jungle area. Because I think the one from Germany, they actually had it in Australia. It was based in like Sydney, in the jungle somewhere, the forest somewhere in Sydney. The one from Australia, they're based in Africa. So no, I don't. Marianne does. She watches Big Brother and Jungle Camp and all that kind of stuff. But because my German hasn't been that great up until a little while ago, I never really watched that stuff. What are some things on your bucket list, if you have one? Bucket list stuff. I did want to skydive. I've done that. I did want to bungee jump, but I don't think I'll ever do that. I definitely want to see the Northern Lights. I definitely want to go to the actual real Oktoberfest in Munich. I also really want to go to the Blue Lagoon in Iceland, in Reykjavik. What else? Climb a mountain, like a big mountain, not so much Everest, but maybe a mountain close to the size of Everest. Go to the Dead Sea, see the pyramids. I wanted to go to an NFL game live, which I did. I think it has a lot to do with traveling, is seeing certain things and experiencing certain places. I really want to go to Greece and see the history, like, of Greek mythology and ancient Rome, because I'm so tied into a lot of the ancient history. That's why I think I'd love to go to Scandinavia as well and experience some of Scandinavian history and the Norse history. That's like a tongue twister for me, Norse history. I forgot to mention it before. There's an app for the Einberger's test. Recommend you download it, and it has all the questions and answers. It's a really good way to catch up with politics. So is the Einberger's test like the citizen test, or I'm not sure what the Einberger's test is. I'll definitely look at downloading it, but I kind of have to know what it is first before I do it. The real Crocodile Dundee, which the movie was based on, was shot by the police a couple of years ago because he resisted arrest. Movies really differ. I did not know that. I didn't even know there was a real Crocodile Dundee. I thought it was just a character that Paul Hogan thought up off the top of his head. So, okay. Is it true that in Australia, more and more German bakeries open their business? Australia has a crazy bakery scene, definitely. It's a huge thing in Australia, the bakeries, but not in terms of the bread. Not a huge thing. It's more the sweets and the cakes and the pastries. I think if a German bakery was to open up and they offered those things and good bread, they'd make a killing. So I could truly believe that more German bakeries are opening up in Australia, but I don't know. I haven't seen many, at least when I was back home. I didn't see many German or many bakeries that were portraying themselves as German bakeries. Yeah, in German they have to say, Ich bin ein Star, holt mich hier raus. In 1964, a tornado hit Pforzheim in Baden-Württemberg. It was rated as an F4 with wind speeds from 200 to 260 miles an hour. Wow. 200 people were injured, 2 people died. Whoa. Favorite German word, I answered this earlier, Schadenfreude or Schmetterling. Schadenfreude, I think it's my favorite word because of the meaning behind it. Schmetterling, also just because it's just funny how butterfly turns into Schmetterling. And I think some of my favorite words are when they translate funny into English, like a sloth is a foul tear, or a stink tear, like a skunk or a sloth. I think those are funny, or my favorite German words, where they directly translate into what the thing is, a lazy animal or a stinky animal. Or, those are my favorite German words. One more thing for your bucket list, getting a giant squirrel on your back. Get the squirrel from Ice Age tattooed somewhere, or the squirrel from Emperor's New Groove, the little squeaker one. If you guys have watched that before, Emperor's New Groove, really great movie. All Disney movies are great. Could you recommend some places to see or experiences to try in Australia? I'm more interested in the less touristy West Coast for a visit. I think, yeah, the West Coast is definitely more touristy the further you get from the Gold Coast. I think places like Port Douglas, if you go just south of Perth or around Perth, there's really great touristy stuff. The Great Ocean Road is a great tourist attraction, but not a lot of people do it. Adelaide is a great place. There's lots of wineries, a lot of really, really beautiful places and churches. Adelaide is actually the city of churches in Australia. So if you're interested in wine and churches and history, go there. And Tasmania. Tasmania is like the untouched gem of Australia. If you're asking an Australian where in Australia they want to go, I'd say probably 60 to 70% of them will say, I really want to go to Tasmania at one point in my life, because it's kind of just down there, no one thinks about it, but it's got some lovely, lovely places. Could you recommend some Duncan for live stream? I enjoyed it very much. Thank you, HP4630. I like the fact that you enjoyed it. So it is, yeah, it's Einberger's to get citizenship. So it's the citizenship test. But I don't think I'd be eligible for that. I think you have to have a visa or something for a certain amount of years before you can even do that test. So I could download it and do the questions and do really well, but I don't know how I'd be able to tell them to give it to me with not being here for so long. Wenn du kannst, fahr nach Ägypten, yeah, definitely Egypt. Egypt is a huge one. Egypt, the pyramids, Cairo, seeing the Dead Sea, the Red Sea, all of those places for me is crazy. Ghost Kill, yo legend. Ghost Kill, you were on right at the start as well, so what up? That, by the way, is, yeah, Fledermaus or Fliederhund. The flying foxes are called Fliederhund. That's what I mean, flying mouse, Fliederhund. Iron Man or Wolverine? Ooh, that's a good question. I think Wolverine. If it was asking me which one I would prefer to be, I'd probably say Wolverine. He heals real quickly. His bones are really strong. He's pretty athletic. Iron Man's just kind of like this rich guy in a suit. So I think Wolverine is the one that I'd pick. Es gibt in Australien sehr viele deutsche Migranten und in vielen australischen Staaten gibt es deutsche Schlachterbächer. Yeah, a lot of Germans want to go to Australia, and there's definitely a lot of migrators from Germany going to Australia, just like there's many coming from Australia to Germany. So yeah, it wouldn't surprise me that they are opening up their own businesses in Australia for sure. Definitely, Andre, I would agree. Have you ever been to Berg Park and Schloss Wilhelmshöhe near Kassel? You should really do that. Yeah, it's not too far away. Kassel's not too far away from Hildesheim. And there's water streams. Okay. Berg Park and Schloss Wilhelmshöhe. Star Trek or Star Wars? Star Wars. I'm sorry, I've never watched Star Trek. I don't want to watch Star Trek. I'm a Star Wars guy all the way. Although I do think Anakin is a little bit of a girl with the whole big freak out and becoming Darth Vader, spoiler alert. But yeah, I'm definitely a Star Wars guy. I love The Mandalorian. I watched it at the start of this year. Yeah, Star Wars over Star Trek. You could even make a video out of it. It would be fun to see your current knowledge. Oh, so this is the citizenship test. Yeah, I definitely, now that I know what it is, the Einberger's test, definitely would try. Sorry you're late. I'm still streaming. You're never late if I'm still here. So it's a good thing that you came in live. X-Men are the best. Yeah, I think X-Men is really cool. It was kind of around, like the Avengers weren't really around when I was little. They were more like comic books, and then they came as I got older. X-Men, they had the cartoon, and there was like X-Men, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Biker Mice from Mars. If anyone knows Biker Mice from Mars, you automatically have a thumbs up in my book. Gargoyles, all these kind of things were in my young years, so X-Men's more familiar to me. Swimming in the Dead Sea is amazing, but you have to hurry because it dries out. Yes, I know you have to be there at a certain point. It just seems amazing to me to say that you've swum in the Dead Sea. It's something that I want to do. It's just like, you know, going and see the pyramids, or swimming in a hot spring somewhere in the Scandinavias, or going and seeing the snow monkeys in Japan. It's those things that just remind you of a place for life, that you can say you were there. Okay, so Ben can't be a patron but wanted to give you a donation to your channel. Thank you very much, Ben. You didn't have to do that. Like you said, if you can't be a patron, it's no big deal. It's you watching and being here or watching my videos is enough. But I enjoy how you film nature and different things you happen upon while vlogging. Thank you so much, Ben. Thank you for the donation. Unbelievably generous of you. Ah, Justin, what's up, my man? Just Monarchs Hunker. Justin is one of my fans from early days in Dresden. I knew him before I even started the vlogs, so it's good that you're still hanging around and seeing my videos. So shout out to Justin down in Dresden. If we play the Monarchs again in Dresden, I'll see you down there, buddy. We'll get a photo again, but if not, we'll try to catch up another time. Speaking of Wolverine, what superpower would you like to have? Man, Sweeney, you are coming in hard with the good questions. What superpower would I like to have? That's a really good one. I mean, if I was still playing football, super speed would be nice, because then I'd be able to play as much as I wanted, because I'd be really, really good. But if we're speaking just in general, like telekinesis would be pretty cool. Actually, I think I'd go super speed, like Flash, like being able to just go here to there, like that. Run on water. I want to go to Iceland. Go for the day. Come back. See everything. Super speed in a practical sense. If I use it to save the world, I use it to save the world. If I use it to go and see every country in like 10 days, I use it to go see every country in like 10 days. Bird Park, Google it after the live chat. Yeah, all these places, I'm gonna have to go back through the comments and all these places, Google and write down, because I really do take a list of places that I want to see and places that look good. Yeah, Deadpool's my favorite of the X-Men. Yeah, like Deadpool's great. The fact that he's like a Wolverine, the fact that he can regenerate and all that kind of stuff is cool. So that could be maybe that's a superhero Sweeney, a superhero power that I'd go for is regeneration, or not immortality, as I think mortality is a really great thing. It makes you take advantage of everything that you're doing, but definitely regeneration and that kind of stuff. So if I hurt myself, it wouldn't be too bad. Ah, Moga-san Andre. Okay, food arrived. Ended up ordering in. I didn't want to miss your first stream. That's really, really nice. Really generous that you would change your day to actually sit here and watch me. It was great. You answered every little question. Looking forward to your videos and your streams. Leaving a bit of coffee. Yeah, a bit of coffee money. That's awesome. Thank you, Moga-san. If you definitely go and eat my sandwich, it doesn't have to be warm or cold. I'll eat it anyway. But definitely eat, enjoy your dinner. Thank you so much for the donation. It's very, very generous. The X-Men cartoon series was amazing. Yeah, I told you, I had the intro music. As I was reading that comment, Sweeney, when you said the X-Men cartoon was amazing, the song started playing in my head. So it's good that you have it stuck in your head too. What about the Adeletten trial and the best hiking shoes ever? I don't think I'll get Adeletten. I was going to buy those Birkenstocks, the ones I put on my Instagram, for anyone who follows me on Instagram. Unfortunately, they don't come in my size, at least not online. So that was a shame. But definitely I need to start looking for another pair of slides, because these ones are starting to wear out. So I'm gonna have to get something that's really special. I've always wanted to own Yeezys. I don't want Yeezy slides. But I'm going to have to get some kind of special slides now that they're such a prominent part of my vlogs. Andre, yes, Perth is great. I used to live there for 6 years. It doesn't feel like a huge city yet, even though it is. It's the capital city of the biggest state in Australia. It doesn't feel like a capital city or a huge city, even though it has 1.5 or 1.2 million people living there. It's not like Sydney, which feels really crowded. And that's what I mean, like by Hildesheim. It's obviously smaller, but it doesn't feel like you've always got people around you. So yeah, definitely recommend going to Perth. It is a bit expensive though, from what I've heard. Back, really quick. Remembered a question I've been meaning to ask. How did you adjust to the public bathrooms in Germany? I don't want to say I've got a real good bladder control, but I don't really have to use the public bathrooms a lot. I think it is weird that you have to pay to use the bathrooms here in Germany, but I understand the fact that it's used to pay the people that clean them. It's kind of like tipping a waiter. It's like tipping the people that are cleaning the bathroom. So I understand. If I have to use one, I won't complain over the fact that I have to use my own money to get into it. Sometimes I don't have cash, so I kind of have to hold it. But it wasn't a huge thing that I had to get used to. Jacob Flash Templar. I like that. I like that. If I had a suit, I don't know what color my suit would be, because obviously you got all the different like reverse flash and zoom. I think it's the black suit. I don't watch the Flash on TV, so I don't know all the different things. But I wonder if I did have a Flash suit, what color it would be. I like these colors, like the color of this can. I like the sky blue. I also really like the Dolphins, Miami Dolphins colors, the teal. So maybe my suit could be teal and orange, like Miami Dolphins colors. That'd be cool. I guess I was not knowing that you had to pull it down right there. So the hand towel thing. Sometimes they're automatic and they'll pull out one thing at a time if you put your hand there. And then other times it's, the rollable one. Yeah, I understand what you mean there. Justin, it'd be a pleasure and an honour. It's not an honour to see me again, man. I'm just a dude. You don't have to say it's an honour to see me, but I appreciate what you mean by that. And yes, it'd be awesome to talk to you again. I bet you've changed so much from when I saw you last to now, because you're obviously a little younger than me. You're growing up, you're experiencing the world. So it'd be great to see kind of how you've grown since last time. I'd like to be able to pick up any ability I want or need when I want or need it. That's the best superpower ever. That's like cheating. That's like saying my superpower would be every superpower. But I agree, if you needed a certain ability for a certain situation, you'd be able to like conjure that up. It's kind of like a magician. You wanted the power of magic. Okay, Moga-san, thank you so much for your donation, Moga-san. You're obviously gone because I'm just seeing your bye message, but thank you so much. Rolf, thank you for coming in. Thank you for saying bye. John Kennedy, Jacob, one question. If you would live with one German food for the rest of your life, what would it be? Ooh, one German food for the rest of my life. Schnitzel with sambal sauce. Schnitzel with sambal sauce. That would be my go-to. Obviously, I wouldn't live a very long life because I wouldn't be getting enough vitamins and minerals and that kind of stuff. But schnitzel with sambal sauce is fire. Do you find Dr. Pepper in Hildesheim? When we travel to Germany, my daughter is always sad because it's so hard to find. Okay, Marie or Mari, in Hildesheim, you go to any Rewe. I think here it's actually more readily available than it was in Dresden for me. Rewe in Hildesheim has it. Kaufland in Hildesheim has it. Edeka has it. Rewe, the big Rewe center, you can buy bigger bottles of it, like 1 liter bottles, I think it is. But in Kaufland and Edeka and I think Real, you can only buy cans and smaller like single serve bottles. But I think the biggest bottle of Dr. Pepper I've seen since I've been here has only been the 1 liter bottle. You can't get the big 1.5 or 2 liter size, but you can find it fairly frequently in Hildesheim. Best superpower would be a 70-yard field goal kick. Yeah, because I guess then you get into the NFL and you get all the money and all the popularity, and you're not just a guy punting in Germany for Trinkgeld. You should get it in every Kaufland. Yeah, they sell the cans in Kaufland. I think in Rewe they have the bigger bottles. So I also, if you, good tip, Marie, if your daughter is sad because you can't find Dr. Pepper, normally all the Rewes and Edekas should sell Pepsi Max Cherry. That's the closest thing I can find to Dr. Pepper in Germany. And it's probably my favorite Pepsi flavor. So that's one that's kind of similar to that Dr. Pepper taste if you're looking for a little bit of a fix. I'm pretty sure I could answer that question. Döner. Yeah, Döner or Schnitzel, Sambal Schnitzel, Döner, Durum mit Pommes, Lieblingskönig Döner or Lieblingskönig Durum. Yeah. Sorry if I pronounced this wrong, but Lathia. In my hometown, we have a nette toilet, Bundes, and a couple of cafes and shops offer their toilet to use for free without paying for if you order a drink. Or without paying or ordering a drink, so you can use it for free. I think as long as people aren't taking advantage of it, I think it's a good thing, especially for like restaurants and that kind of thing, offering up their bathroom. There's people like parents that might need it for an emergency, so the fact they have to pay for it can sometimes be a bit, but I understand. So it's good that there's businesses that offer that in your area, which is great. It's not cheating, it's choosing wisely. That's what they all say. I didn't cheat on the test, I just chose wisely. Happy typo to me. So DH, hi, I found your channel randomly on YouTube and I like to watch the videos. I'm from Germany and I find your opinions about Germany very interesting. My question is, do you want to stay forever in Germany? I touched on this a little earlier in the stream. I love Germany, I think it's great. I would love to stay here as long as possible because obviously football's here, Marianne's here. I love it here. If I found a way that it would be financially viable, potentially, yeah. But at the moment, I'm just trying to think as a responsible adult, obviously, how long my football career is, how much money I can make through football and YouTube and that kind of thing. The more important thing is where I can find a career that actually will be able to, I'll be able to save money and live a normal life and have a family and that kind of stuff. So at the moment, I don't think that's in Germany right now. There's a few things that we have to work out to try and make that a potential thing. It's just, yeah, where can I be the best version of me? Obviously, I want to stay in Germany as much as I can though. So nice that you're spending so much time answering these questions and answers. Thank you, Jacob. Andy, I don't have anything better to do on my Sundays. Marianne's in the other room watching me answer these questions, so I'm sure if she needs me to hop off, she'll write a message saying it's time to get off. Other than that, you guys are my community here. It's the best way to put it is I don't have a huge community here, I don't have family here. So outside of Marianne and her family and my football friends, you guys are like my other friends, so I have no problem sitting here and talking to you guys. It's basically like me and my friends are sitting in a bar talking, or my friends are sitting here interrogating me in a bar, so. Sweet, my mind is burning. I could go on and on with these questions. So, if you could travel to any year in the past for a day to experience one specific historical moment, which year would you choose? One historical moment. Wow. I would have to say, off the top of my head, I'm thinking like signing of the Declaration of Independence, or the day Caesar was murdered, or the day the Trojans got raided with the Trojan horse, like all these things you hear. More outside the Declaration of Independence, because that actually happened and it's been proven, but something that's a bit more mythological, where there's a little bit of like, did it really happen that way behind it? Maybe go back and see like Leonardo da Vinci, or these things like that are just in books. There's no one kind of around to go, yeah, I was there, because it was so long ago, and things that get obviously mixed up in time. So it's something that way in the past that happened that had a little bit of a, did it really happen behind it, so I could see it firsthand and know exactly how it went down. Maybe grassy knoll, JFK, actually see what happened, an option. Yeah, cooking all off, yes on the schnitzel, yeah. See, the guys that cook understand. Do you have a lot of German friends? Outside of football, no. I'm an introvert. I don't go out looking for friends. There's not really any nightclubs in Hildesheim, bar one. And I don't drink. I don't partake in illicit substances. So really it's just me and Marianne doing our thing. If football guys want to hang out after football or on the weekends, I'm definitely down for it. But they obviously live their own lives. So if I have the opportunity to do that, yes. If not, then I'm happy just doing my own thing. Like I said, I go on my video games to escape stress. All of the time on my video games to keep myself stress-free. But other than that, not really, not a lot of friends. When I was working back in Australia, I was a bit of a workaholic, so I didn't have a lot of friends outside of work. And now here in football, because it's obviously a foreign place, I really just have my partner, her family, and my football friends, and obviously my YouTube community. Dr. Pepper Gips on jeder Tankstelle. Yeah, but it's very expensive at the gas stations. So if you have a chance to go into a normal supermarket, try Reva's probably your best option. I'm older, but I still do love to watch the X-Men cartoons, and I now have Disney Plus. I can watch the original cartoons that aired in the 90s. If you haven't watched it yet, give Gargoyles a go. That was one of my favourite ones to watch after school if you're on Disney Plus. But yeah, we had Disney Plus for the 7-day free trial because we wanted to watch a couple of the new movies. We stick to Netflix, but definitely I'd love to get Disney Plus to rewatch all the old cartoons. I think, and don't send comments through about all this, but I think when I have kids, I'll definitely get Disney Plus so I can show them the stuff I used to watch, because I think the stuff that's on TV now for little kids is trash. I feel like a flashback to Nell's last Q&A vid. A lot of questions are the same and they went as they were there. Yeah, a lot of German people want to know what we think as outsiders of the country. So why do people always go for surfing in Australia, although they know they could be eaten by sharks? There is a higher chance you will be killed by a cow than a shark, just so you know. My mum will not go in water any higher than like ankle height because she is of course scared of sharks. I myself have been bitten by a gummy shark. I've seen sharks while I've been out surfing. It's no big deal. The only time sharks attack people generally is when you're swimming in their feeding areas. If you're on a board where they mistake you for a seal or an injured animal. A lot of people that are getting attacked by sharks get attacked at sundown and sun up because that's when they come in to feed. So if you're responsible, it's very, very unlikely that you'll get eaten by a shark or even attacked by a shark. And I think it's just surfing culture in Australia is so big. The beaches are lovely, the waves are great, the conditions are always good. So a lot of people just take the risk. It's like saying, why would you jump out of a plane with a parachute on your back? And if that parachute doesn't work, you only have one other parachute that can basically save your life. People enjoy it. That's just the way it is. When I read I'm older, I feel a tickle on my laughing bone. Well, I'm 28 in October, so I'm getting on, but Justin I think's not even in his 20s yet. I think he's only like 17 or 18, so yeah, I'm not old. I'm an old head. I feel like I'm like 60 in my brain, but obviously I'm in a 27-year-old's body. 53, 37. You shouldn't be saying your ages. You don't look a day over. Your avatars don't look a day over 18. Next Q&A, I'll get drunk to really feel like we're in a bar. If I drank beer, I probably would have been drinking right now. How do you imagine the perfect wedding? Funnily enough, Marion made me take a quiz today about how I would propose. How did you imagine the perfect wedding? Close family and friends. If people couldn't make it because they were far away, I'd like to think that I was in a financial situation where I could fly them in, for example. For example, if Marianne and I were to get married, I wish that I'd be able to bring in all of my direct family if it was to be in Germany, or if we were to get married in Australia. I'd love to have the financial availability to be able to bring in anyone from Germany that would be special enough to come. In terms of imagining it, lots and lots of food, lots of drinks, lots of laughs. In terms of my suit, I've always wanted to wear a dark navy suit to my wedding. I'm not sure what colour tie I'd wear. I'd definitely wear a white shirt. I just think I look better in navy. In terms of the colours and stuff, I have no idea. Like I said, my favourite colour is blue. I like dark blue, navy and sky blue. I also like teal. But I think that kind of stuff would be up to the bride. I'd probably just say, this is the suit I'm wearing, and you just go for it all with everything else. So yeah, there's your question. With Marianne, that's the answer to stop someone from coming in here with a knife. Not many people get bitten by sharks. Yeah, exactly. Just a few every year. There are far more dangerous things in Australia than sharks, like car drivers. Yeah, I think it's cows. You have more chance of winning the lottery than getting bitten by a shark right now in terms of the odds. Yeah, so. But in a bar, you usually drink a beer. It has been beer o'clock a long time ago. Well, there's beer o'clock, there's knockoff time, beer o'clock, happy hour. So I think right now we're past beer o'clock. We're past knockoff, we're past beer o'clock, we're in happy hour. So, do you try to learn German? Never see a video from you in German. I am. I'm at B. You look at my last video, I'm B2.1 sufficient. I've done A1, A2, B1, B2.1. I do want to do more videos in full German, but the problem with that is I don't just want to sit here. Like, this live stream is me just sitting here and answering you guys and engaging with you. But if I was to just sit here and talk German to the camera, I don't think it would be very engaging. So I want to do videos in German, but I don't want to do them just sitting and talking. I want to go out and talk to maybe other German people who live here and ask them questions about Germany, or ask my teammates questions in German, or something like that. That's the idea that I have. It's just figuring out how I can do it and who would be open to me doing it with them. So that's why you don't see a lot of German videos, but yeah, you'll see. The University of Western Australia did some tests with wetsuits with the colouring of them, and the result was that certain colours and patterns don't attract sharks, like black. Yeah. I like your short hair a lot more than when it was long. Was it your choice or Marianne's? So, funnily enough, I've always had short hair from, I think when I was in like 2nd grade, I had an undercut, and my brother shaved I told my brother to cut my hair without my mum knowing, and we shaved my head. And since then I've had short hair for as long as I can remember. It was when I quit my job and knew I was coming to Germany, or going to college or coming to Germany, it was when I was going to college, I started growing my hair. And I grew it long enough, I think when I first got to Germany, it could just come back into a bun. And I decided that I was going to keep it long for as long as I could until I could donate it. Because for me, not really anyone really knows on my YouTube channel, my dad had leukemia. And my uncle who passed away that I spoke about in one of my videos, he actually had cancer. So I wanted to grow it out to donate it because my dad did lose his hair when he was doing his chemo. So I wanted to grow it out and donate it to like a Wigs for Kid or a charity foundation. So I grew it for 3 years. I got my last haircut New Year's on 2016, I think it was 2015. And I grew it for 3 years without colouring, without a haircut, without getting the ends, anything like that. So and I cut it off and I donated it. And then since then I've kept it short because the time between here and growing it out, all hair goes all messy and scruffy and it just looks not nice. So especially now that I have a YouTube channel, I don't want to look incredibly scruffy. So if I could click my fingers and go back to long hair, maybe. But as for now, keep it short. I like your short hair, yep, that's why I chose that avatar, yes. Time for me to go. Flo Ben, thank you for all your questions. You definitely were one of the more active people in the chat, so thank you. Looking forward to the next live stream, awesome. Looking forward to giving you another vlog as well, so yeah, good night to you. How did your family react to your German speaking skills? I don't speak that much German to my mum when I'm talking to her on our weekly chats, or our two times a week chats. And the last time I spoke to all of my family in person, I had no German skills. I could basically just say like, my name is and I want to have this and stuff. So I think when I go back or when I see them next, I'll definitely try and twist them up with some of my German, but we'll see. I don't know how well they'll be able to understand me. I bet some pretty slides would be a nice wedding gift for you. Yeah, I wear Jordan slides right now, so if anyone has a nice pair of Jordan slides that they'd have an idea for a wedding gift, keep that in mind. So if I ever do get married and have a wedding, you can send me some Jordan slides with little hats on the top. Imagine if I got married in slides. Some people do beach weddings and get married barefoot, so I ain't getting married with slides. And maybe I should get, maybe if I wore slides that and then the socks were like looked like suits or something like that, that'd be a bit more formal. I can see you wearing slides at your wedding. What is my punting style? No, so I don't punt rugby style. I try and steer clear of rugby style because it affects distance and hang time. I'll only punt rugby style if I'm close enough to their end zone because I'm more accurate with rugby style. So I try and pin them on the end zone. It's called a coffin corner punt. But generally I stick to the spiral punts because I can get more distance, more hang time. And I'm pretty consistent with that style. So it depends on the situation, but generally I'll stick to normal traditional style spiral punt. You can come around and ask me questions if you want to improve your German. I love to talk from people from other countries and find out how life is in other countries. Yeah, of course. Do I have any questions? Really, I think my question was if you guys wanted to do the Q&A and what you guys wanted to see in videos. So it's great that you guys are asking questions and people are recommending places for me to visit. The question I'd have is, are there certain things that you don't like about my videos that I'm doing? or certain things that that I am not doing that you'd like to see? That's actually smart. Yeah, if I have any questions? Daniel W. Gargoyles, Brooklyn Hudson, and the love-hate relationship with Demona. Okay, so you've seen Gargoyles. That's cool. I showed Marianne Gargoyles, and she didn't really understand what it was. I haven't seen it in so long, so it's hard for me to remember the names. But it's definitely one of my ones I loved as kids. How are your allergies going? Is Germany still trying to kill you? Only in the mornings. I'm having to get Marianne to open the door when she leaves for work because I feel like the pollen that's coming through into the room in the mornings, if the room's closed off, I get a really itchy throat and my nose starts running, I start sneezing and I have to wake up. So I'm trying to prevent that from happening. I have antihistamine tablets that are designed to help that, but I try not to take them. I don't want to take drugs when there's things that I could be doing normally to help. Do you run more fake punts than normal being a good athlete? I think that idea is in my head more than most other punters in terms of running fake punts. In Australia, my last season in Australia, I ran a fake punt on every team in the league. That was my goal. Everyone knew that I was trying to run fake punts, but every fake punt I ran was successful. Here, the athletes are a little bit better and the schemes are a little bit better, so fake punts are more set up before the game happens. You watch the film to see if it's open for that. Oh, Ben's commenting again. Yet again, Ben, thank you for your donation. How many siblings do you have? I have 3 siblings, direct siblings. I have a sister and 2 older brothers. I have a younger half brother, who's my dad and his new partner's son, and I have 2 stepbrothers. One is 2 years younger than me, and the other is a year older than me. What were your biggest prejudices about Germany that you noticed are not being true at all? Lack of sense of humour. I thought Germans were going to be so dry and just not have no humour, be all about work getting done and not have any kind of silliness to them, which I find is the complete opposite. I think when Germans have the ability or the availability to be silly, they'll do it with every chance they have. The other thing not being true about Germany that I think I felt Germany was going to be more industrialized, because obviously Germany has so many great inventions and so much great engineering feats coming out of the country. I think I thought it was going to be more like big cities like Frankfurt and like big skylines and everything like that, not so like it is. So those were probably my 2 things that I thought Germany's weren't going to be funny, and that Germany was going to be a bit more built up, more industrialized, but not so much. How does it work with time differences when you talk to your family? So I Skype my mum normally every like Tuesday or Wednesday, and then on the weekends I actually Skyped her earlier this morning. So Brisbane's 8 hours ahead of where I am here in Germany. So when I Skype my mum at 10 in the morning, it's 6 p.m. at night. So generally I'll Skype her in the morning my time or mid-morning my time, and it'll be afternoon her time. So by the time we get off the phone, she'll be ready to go to bed. Or if it's a special occasion, like a birthday or something like that, I'll wake up a little earlier. So if it's like, she's going somewhere at 2 or 3 p.m. in the afternoon for a birthday or something, I'll wake up, jump on the phone and say hi, and then hop off and go back to bed. So for example, my brother's wedding started, I think I had to get up at like 3 a.m. to Skype into my brother's wedding. So I Skyped in and then went back to bed. So yeah, it's difficult sometimes, but most of the times it works out. All the nice stuff like Thundercats. Thundercats, yes, I was into that. Galaxy Rangers, I don't know what that is, but I was into Power Rangers when I was little. I had a Power Rangers suit with a matching helmet and everything. Marshall Braveheart, Disney's Gummy Bears. I didn't watch the Gummy Bears. I think that was a bit before my time. Marianne used to watch it. She knows the song, like the Gummy Bears. And it's bouncing hier und dort und überall. In German, at least, that's what it is in German. Allergies are a sign your immune system works. Yeah, I don't get sick often, so I think I have a pretty strong immunity. I've only been sick once, or twice the whole time I've been here in Germany. How about Disney's Gummy Bears? Yeah, that's more of an 80s. Yeah, more of an 80s cartoon. More of someone who's born in the early 90s to into the 80s than me. I'm in 92, And at least for me, I didn't really watch the Gummy Bears growing up. Thank you for your time to answer all the questions. Sky Zombie, it is my pleasure. I'm the one that planned this stream. So the fact that there is still 60, nearly 70 people watching, I think we maxed out at like 100 and something people. So the fact there's still people watching and asking questions is great. Darfst du mit einem australischen Führerschein in Deutschland Auto fahren? So yes, I can drive in Germany with an Australian license, but you're only allowed to do it for 6 months. Then you have to get it transferred. So right now I can't drive because I haven't got my license transferred. I have to organise that and find out how I have to do it and what I have to do, because I'm pretty sure I have to surrender my Australian license and they give me a bit of paper that says I can drive in Germany. So if the season happens, I have to do that so that way I can start riding my moped to games and stuff. So yeah, we're figuring that out. But at the moment I can't drive. But yeah, normally for the first 6 months you can drive on an international license. Is your family watching right now? I don't think so. It's a little early for them. Right now it's nearly 9 o'clock, so it'd be very early in the morning on a Monday. If anything, maybe my brothers, because they get up really early for work, they might have got the notification and might have tuned in for like 5 minutes. But no, I don't think any of them will watch it now. I'll probably put the stream up on my page after this so people can go back and watch and fast forward through it if they want to. And then my family can watch it. But they show my nephews and nieces my vlogs on TV and stuff like that. So, but the live stream, I couldn't figure out a time that would work with Australia. I kind of tried to link it up with the US and German time so everyone could watch it. I know that my English is not really perfect, but how do you think about our ability to talk English? So the favorite sentence from Germans is, "I'm sorry, my English is not very good." And the fact that you can say that in perfect English means that your English is actually pretty good. I can't sit there, like when you hear English speakers say that German's good, they'll go, "Oh, sorry, my German is nicht gut." They can't sit there and go, "Oh, Entschuldigung, meine Deutsch ist nicht sehr gut, ich kann nicht Deutsch sprechen, ich weiß nicht die Sprache," or anything like that. But all people in Germany will sit there and go, "Oh, I'm sorry, I can't speak English. I'm sorry if my English is bad," but you know, and then just go into this big tangent of speaking English. I think as Germans want to do people, I think they want to kind of do everything very, very efficiently. So if everything isn't perfect, they think that it's not good enough. So, but I've never had a problem understanding someone from Germany who's trying to speak English to me. Are you stuck here in Germany because of Corona, or can you travel back to Australia if you want? I could travel back. I think at the moment, right now, if I was to travel back, I would have to quarantine myself in a hotel for 14 days. So I wouldn't be able to see my family for 14 days. I don't know whether that's at my cost or whether the government pays for the hotel for me. But I would be able to travel back there. At the moment, Australia is pretty normal in comparison to everywhere else, like the US and stuff. We don't even have mask rules in Australia right now. It's only one state in Australia that's kind of going crazy with Victoria, but that's nowhere near where I live. So yeah, I'd have to quarantine, but I would be able to go home. I would be able to fly home if there were flights available. Did you find the German way of telling time like 1800 for 6 p.m. difficult? Not really, because it's similar to military time. I think it's weird that when you talk to someone, you say 1800, like, you know, 18 Uhr, but reading it, no, it's simple. But the fact that you use it in speaking as well, you don't just say like, you don't say, you know, I'm coming to see you at 6. When you're talking to them at lunchtime, you tell them I'll come see you at 6, you'd say I'm going to see you at 1800 hours. So that was a little weird, but not too bad. I can't read your name, but what's up? What is up for you? If you can tell me what your name means, that would be great. But you said you're moving to Germany as well, which is cool. You're going to enjoy it. That's all I can say. You'll enjoy it when you're here. What is the best piece of advice you've ever received? I don't know. It's kind of hard. I don't know who probably gave me the advice, or whether it's just advice I took upon myself. I think it's better to be yourself. Be unapologetically yourself. And if people like you for it, that's great. If people don't like you for it, that's their loss. I don't believe in putting on a show and doing things that are going to make other people happy. Like, I'm hoping you guys can see that through this live stream, that my vlogs and when I'm talking in my vlogs or reacting in my vlogs, it's not fake or put on. It's just me sitting in front of a camera and talking the way I feel and the way that I want to. I don't do second takes. I don't plan what I'm going to say. I know what I'm going to talk about, but I don't plan about how I'm going to say it. So I think the best advice I've received is just be yourself. And that's probably the best advice I can give to other people, is if you be yourself, you're going to be more successful with, I guess, communicating with other people. And you're never going to find yourself being in a situation that you don't want to be in or find yourself being uncomfortable in, because if you were being yourself, you know that you wouldn't want to be in that situation. So yeah, just being yourself. Are there German brands in Australia you didn't know they are originally German? I didn't know for a long time that the Aldi supermarkets were German, because I just never shopped there and didn't think about it. I never knew that Adidas was German. I didn't know these things were German. I never knew Adidas was German. I'm trying to think of other things. Haribo, I think when I was littler, I didn't know it was German, but I obviously did as I was getting older. Other things I didn't know was German. I knew all the car brands, Mercedes, Benz, Porsche, Audi. I knew all of them were German. I think it was really just there's like food brands and stuff like that I didn't realise. I probably missed the chance to transfer my license, and I'd have to go through the native route, including driving school. Yeah, I'm not sure. I imagine so. I'm not on a tourist visa anymore, so I imagine they'd probably make me go and get a normal license. So yeah, maybe I'll just stick to doing things that don't require a license. Maybe buy an electric scooter or something. I have since a couple days synchronization problems with Windows 10 with YouTube, Twitch, and VLC and so on. Maybe if you're using Windows 10, I don't know what kind of browser you're using. If you're using Firefox or Chrome, I know Windows uses Internet Explorer. I use Chrome for all of my internet stuff and browsing because it's just more reliable than Safari or Firefox. So Khadija, try changing internet browsers. That could help. As a foreigner living in Germany, I find the day-night setup longer day. Yeah, like right now it's nearly 9 o'clock and it's looking like what it would look as 5 p.m. in Australia. So I probably, that's something like Marianne goes to bed to go to work and it's still sunny here. So I think that affects my sleeping schedule. I've been staying up a lot later lately. So yeah, it definitely does affect me. The same as if we go down to New South Wales in Australia and they've got daylight savings happening, it's similar to here. So yeah, that was one thing that kind of affected me a bit at the start of my German journey. Hi from Cleveland. Cleveland as in Cleveland, Australia, or Cleveland, Ohio? Because my family lives in Cleveland in Australia, in Brisbane. So if you mean Cleveland, Australia, that's really crazy that you're from there. If you mean Cleveland, Ohio, go Browns. I use Chrome as well, yeah. Can you do a British or American accent? Can I do a British or American? Ooh, Can I do a British accent? Can I? In it? It's a little weird, isn't it? And for an American accent, I can do my best to put on an American accent. I don't know who I sound like though. That was a really bad American accent, I think. This one's maybe a little bit better. Go to Burger King or McDonald's. When I watch Nal's videos, when he says McDonald's, that's funny because we don't say McDonald's in Australia, we say Macca's. But yeah, my where are you from in America? I'm from California. California, beautiful. I tried other browsers as well. Wolltest du nicht Deutsch sprechen? I've done a little bit of German speaking through the video, but it's more, I don't know, I think it's just a confidence thing. I know that I can speak it, but if the grammar's incorrect, it's kind of the same as if there was a a German person trying to speak pure English all the time. They know that is incorrect, but if they're confident enough, they could do it. For me, I want to do it correctly. So it's more of a confidence thing, not speaking German all the time. Do walnut trees exist in Australia? Asking for a reason. No, because people just don't have like fruit trees and stuff in their yards. The yards aren't big enough, or the gardens aren't big enough, so people don't just go, oh, I'm going to plant a walnut tree in the front of my house because it takes up too much space. Here in Germany, it's just like there's so much greenery everywhere that it's not that bad to have those things. So no, they do exist, or at least I think they exist, but they're just not that often. You don't see them in the cities. How often are you practicing football? At the moment, with the situation, we're only training 2 times a week. Before the situation, when we were in the hall, we were 3 times a week. Generally speaking, during season, you'll practice 3 times a week as a team. You also have like film meetings and stuff like that, and then the games on the weekend. So generally, you have like 4 to 5 days taken up through football, and the other days are like recovery, and then maybe like 1 or 2 gym sessions. So fairly often when we're in full time. I use my vids to train my rusty English skills. That's good. You're one of the people that are like, don't do German in your videos because you need it for English. So I like that. The British accent sounded quite nice, did it? That's good. That's good to hear, Khadija. Maybe because Australia comes from Britain, so it's a bit easier for me to switch into a British accent. You said you were a workaholic in Australia. What do you do for work there? And did you find it good that you don't have to be a workaholic? Yeah, I love the fact that in Germany, well, obviously I don't work in Germany, so I feel a bit more like a bit of a freeloader. But in Australia, I worked generally my whole life. I've worked in sales, in customer service, or just general sales roles. So I started out on the phone. I was a telemarketer. Which might be why I'm doing well on YouTube, because people tend to like to listen to me talk. Obviously through the phone they can't see you, so they have to trust your voice. So I was selling telecommunications over the phone, and then from there I got headhunted and I started working at Mercedes-Benz as a salesman. I was only like 20 years old at the time. I worked at Mercedes for about 2 years, and then from there I went and started managing a sports supplement store in the middle of the Brisbane city. And yeah, I worked there for about a year, and I got headhunted from there. Maserati needed a salesman. They heard about me through my Mercedes-Benz contacts, and they wanted me to come and help them for 6 months unveil a car. The new Maserati Ghibli was being unveiled. Their traffic of customers was going to increase, so they needed a salesman. So I went and worked there for 6 months, and after that was when I went to Germany, and then when I got back from Germany, I worked labouring for a little bit with my brothers, and last off season I worked in a gym as a customer service person at the front desk. So that was more just so I had a free gym membership, and so I could train outside of work and have a bit of flexibility. Rio. Hey Rio, hello from Germany, from Hildesheim to San Francisco. No, you're not in San Francisco, you're in San Diego. No, San Francisco, San Diego. San Jose. That's actually, yeah, see, yeah, you're talking San Jose. Hello, California. Cop, you're driving on the wrong side of the road. Driver, sorry, I'm English. Cop, shouting, it's the wrong side of the road. It was a bad American accent. Marianne can pass for American speaking. But yeah, that's because all the English she normally hears is because she watches American shows and has heard American imports. So it's like if you never ever spoke German before and then learnt German in Bavaria, you'd speak with a Bavarian accent. So that's why a lot of Germans, when they speak, tend to have American accents or British accents, because that's where they get most of their English from. Do you feel safe in Germany? Yes, very, very safe. I have a bit of a weird feeling when it comes to the windows in our house because there's no security screens on most of them, but when they're closed, I feel safe and secure. But yeah, I always feel safe here in Germany. I feel safe kind of wherever I live. I don't really ever think about that kind of stuff. Everyone who tries to sound British does that accent, but living in the UK my entire life, I've never heard that actually sounds like that. It depends. You've lived in the UK, but I know UK is kind of like Germany. It depends on where you're from. You've got different accents, so you can live in London, Manchester, up north, Northern United or Great Britain. It's like when you get closer to Wales and Scotland, and even Scottish people have different accents. So it could just be where you're from in the UK. I don't know, maybe you've just heard certain things. Have you guys been to Heidelberg? Was there like 16 years ago? No, there's a football team in Heidelberg called the Heidelberg Hunters, but I've never actually been there. I know there's something in Heidelberg that I've heard about. Maybe it's the oldest something in Heidelberg. I'm not sure. Have you ever thought about wearing a lederhosen? Only for Oktoberfest. One of my early videos where I did Oktoberfest in Dresden, I wore my lederhosen. I have a cheap one. I bought it from New Yorker for like 40 euros or something. I'm pretty sure it's broken now. As a native English speaker, do you also have trouble sometimes understanding people with a heavy Irish or Scottish? Not Irish, Scottish a little bit, but I actually am pretty good with the Irish accent. Scottish, yes, but it depends. Sometimes if someone from Scotland has a really clean, crisp accent, it's not so bad. If they mumble a little bit with their accent, yes, it's hard or difficult. Have you done any gold hunting in Australia? No, not yet. There is nothing as cute as a Scottish accent. I feel like that with Irish accents. I like the Irish accent. I wish, because I have a red beard, I wish I could throw on an Irish accent and pretend to be Irish every now and then, but unfortunately I don't have that kind of skill with my accents. I can only really put on a Australian accent because that's where I'm from. I did get my American accent through watching too much American cartoons. I guess not listening to my mum watching too much American cartoons. Yeah, it's like I used to watch TV upside down and really close to the screen. And my mum used to say if I did that, I'd get square pupils, but that didn't happen. So I guess going against what your mum says sometimes works out. Sometimes. Fun fact, Rio, I am Skyping while we're both watching your stream. I know, because I can hear you both, and I can hear when I said San Francisco, I could hear Rio correcting me. Ah, Tim. Hey, Tim. Tim, I know you're in Canada, but where about in Canada are you? Toronto? No, I can't remember. At university, I met a girl who spent some time in England, and she ended up with very stereotypical South English accent. Yeah, I have a friend in Dresden, Tony, who plays rugby. He has a German friend who plays rugby with him, and when he'd never ever really heard English before, he went and studied for 4 years in Ireland. And when he came back to Germany and was speaking English, he spoke with a really heavy Irish accent. And that's what I mean by if that's what you grow up with. If you have a parent who's British and a parent who's German, you're going to pick up the German accent from the other parent and the English accent or the British accent or whatever it is from the other parent. Do I know? In my honest opinion, the Welsh accent's more melodic. Yeah, but the Welsh accent, they use a lot of slang, so it can be hard to understand a lot of the time. If you haven't seen The Valleys, the MTV show, listen to that. You can try and understand that English. Do you know Mark Rowley, the actor? I don't know Mark Rowley. Heidelberg, I think, has the oldest university. Yeah, that might be it. I remember hearing something about Heidelberg, and I remember hearing that had the oldest something. Actually, in Virginia. Maybe there's another Tim that is in Canada. I swear there's a Tim that comments all the time that is in Canada. But, okay, Timothy. But, Tim, as soon as you commented, I saw your name and was like, it's Timothy Fredrickson, because you comment on all my stuff. Sometimes I just get locations mixed up. Australian English has a lot of Irish influences. Maybe because we both like lots of beer, and because the Australians were the criminals from Britain sent to the island to just do their own thing. I've been to Dublin for 8 days, and a lot of the younger people have an American pronunciation because they too watch a lot of, because they watch American TV preferably. Yeah, exactly. So back in the day when TV wasn't so prominent, you only really heard the people that were around you. So yeah. Jacob is such a huge muscular guy, he'd probably scare every bad guy away. I'm not that huge and I'm not that muscular, and I don't think I look very intimidating in the flesh. All a matter of practice, exactly. The Last Kingdom. I started watching the first episode of that a couple days ago. I think just when I was waiting to go to training or something. I haven't actually started watching The Last Kingdom, surprisingly, even though I like medieval stuff. So I'll have to check it out. I'll have to remember which one he is. Feinen in the Last Kingdom. Is it true that the toilet flushes in Australia turns the opposite around? I don't think that's true. I think that's a cartoon thing. I think if you poured something down the drain, yes, it would do that. But in terms of the toilet, they never really spin. I just see it kind of do a whip kind of thing. Yeah, no, that's totally random. I think it's for drains, like drains because of the gravitational pull. But I think it's for like for the toilet, they don't do that motion. As far as I can tell, you have to keep your Australian driver. This means you can transfer it to a German one. You don't have to do a test. It costs about €1. Yeah, that's what I thought I had to do. I just haven't really got to it yet. It just comes down to timing, I guess. Did I ever eat that sandwich? No, it's still here. I kind of don't want to stop myself talking and sit here and chew in front of you, but maybe I'll have a bite. Just so Marianne's watching the stream, so I need to kind of bite into it so she can see that I'm actually enjoying it. So it's pulled pork, lettuce, cheese, salami, cucumber, chipotle, and garlic sauce. Oh, and you put turkey meat on it as well, Marianne? God, I said I was vegetarian on this stream and now I'm eating like 4 different kinds of meat. There you go, you have to see me eat. Yeah, University of Heidelberg, oldest founded 14th century, wow. Oldest universities in Europe, and is the oldest university in Germany. Have you watched Game of Thrones, and if so, did you like the ending? I have watched all of Game of Thrones. I actually got Marianne into it. She didn't want to watch it until I told her to. Did I like the ending? I think everyone kind of overreacted a little bit. I think it left the door open for new shows with how the ending happened. I don't want to give away spoilers on my live stream, but I think it just played well into the Game of Thrones kind of style of the show, with not knowing when or what's going to happen. I think definitely the writing wasn't as good in the later seasons, I think because they were having to rush it along. And obviously with the success that it had, everyone was screaming for more. But yeah, I watched Game of Thrones. I was satisfied with the ending. I think the season prior was really crazy. The ending to the season prior was unbelievable. I remember Marion hadn't started watching Game of Thrones yet, and I was watching it on the laptop next to her, and my whole face was just like, oh my god. And I said, you've got to start watching this so you can react the way I'm reacting to it. So I can understand Irish and Scottish, but it depends on how thick it is. Also happens with German dialects. There is a huge difference between Bavarian accent and full Bavarian. Yeah, I was on the train from Hanover to Hildesheim after one of my classes one time, and there was 4 people on next to me, and they were from somewhere in Bavaria, I presume near Munich, and the guys were speaking to each other, and I think this is when I was in B1, and I couldn't understand a word they were saying at all. And it was just because it was such a heavy Bavarian dialect. Couldn't understand what they said. So I understand what you mean. It's hard with Irish, Scottish, British, these places where there are dialects going on. It can be hard to understand a lot of the time. Guten Appetit, Dankeschön. Ja, es schmeckt lecker. It's everything. What kind of sandwich are you eating? Everything. Do you want this on your sandwich? Yes. She really cares for you. She does, sometimes. A lot of the time she wants to kill me, but most of the other times I think she does care for you. Care for me, sorry. I can tell it does smell good. Mouth won't stop watering after this first bite. Everyone should just, maybe a live stream idea, because everyone's like, my mouth won't stop watering, it's so good. Maybe I'll just like order pizza or something one time, and you can sit here and eat pizza with me while I watch Dark or something. I can just talk to you guys while I'm watching the show. That's a pretty cool idea. As far as I remember, the water leaves the room just as it randomly is. No matter which drain, there is also videos of it on YouTube. Everything's on YouTube. My accent is truly Munich Bavarian. Exactly. That's what I mean. It comes down to where you were and what you've heard. Do you know that you these days could maybe see a very seldom comet flying across the sky called Nearmars? Don't miss that. The comet's coming in 7,000 years. Well, I don't think I'll be around for that, so I should try. I actually should do more of that. I should research when I'll be able to see comets and stuff, because astrology is very interesting to me. Like, but I don't really look into it quite a bit. When there's blood moons and stuff like that, I obviously see it, but definitely you need to look more into the astrology side of comets and things that you can see very, very often. Franconia would never be able to understand full-on Bavarian. That's a good thing. Mike asks, do I have a favorite NFL team and do I watch American college football? My favorite NFL team is the Miami Dolphins. My favorite NFL player right now is probably Ryan Fitzpatrick because he's just the boss. Do I watch American college football? When I can. It's not highly televised in Germany or Australia, but when there are big games, I do try and watch as much as possible. I understand full Bavarian, but I don't speak it. I say when you're an Australian trying to talk to someone from New Zealand, they might be able to understand a New Zealand accent, but when you say something to a New Zealander, they might not understand, or they'll say something to you you don't understand because the accent can be quite heavy, especially when they want to try and speak like a native language. It's like people from Samoa speaking Samoan. Sorry, I'm just eating my sandwich because you guys want me to eat. Do me and Marianne have any travelling plans for the next weeks or months? Not next week, the week after I have a plan. We do obviously want to come back to Berlin. The plan was maybe to go see Oliver Pocher in Berlin if Hanno wouldn't work. Unfortunately, the Oliver Pocher show in Berlin is not available, like we wouldn't be able to make it. But yeah, definitely once the situation kind of settles down, we have a fair few things we want to do and see for sure. Do you know every German football team? No, I'm kind of the weird nerdy guy on the team that knows everything about every team in terms of players and what's going on in the GFL. But I'd probably say my knowledge stops at around GFL 3. Under that, I have to see them on social media or something like that. But GFL 1 and GFL 2 teams and locations and what's going on, I know a fair bit, especially GFL. But in terms of lower teams, not really. Like Heidelberg, I know there's the Heidelberg Hunters or that kind of thing, just because I've seen them on social media. What do you think about Maggie? I call it Maggie, I think it's Maggie. I think you call it Maggie. They make some pretty good quick noodles and pretty good seasoning sauces. That's all I really know about Maggie. Not that thing up before your stomach starts. Pull ups on the bread box. Won't bother anyone here as long as they can understand you. Coming soon, ASMR with Jacob, episode 1 destroyed. If I start an ASMR channel, Marianne would love it. It'd probably go pretty popular because ASMR is the thing right now. Marianne likes ASMR. I'm not a big fan. I don't have that thing the thing that you're meant to have that makes it satisfying. I don't think I have that. Oh, so you actually heard? So you actually heard the salad bite thing. The salad bar sounded fresh and crisp. I would definitely watch the ASMR channel. Maybe talk about having two channels. You can manage 2 channels, maybe. Okay, I'm gonna bounce again. Okay, I'll message you on Instagram. Okay, I'll talk to you soon. That bite didn't even have salad in it. No, it didn't. It's like, it didn't have salad because it was like the end bit. I wish I could get GFL merchandise here in the USA. It's even hard to get GFL merchandise in Germany. I swear to God, sometimes I want to get stuff that's from our team, but the shops in Munich, and it's just difficult sometimes. I think it was the salad and the cucumbers that you're hearing, Jens. What do I dislike most about Germany? What do I dislike most about Germany? I don't know. It's hard because it's like it's asking what I dislike most about Australia. I think you just get used to some things that frustrate you. I'm not too sure, really. I'm trying to think of something that I dislike. Maybe the fact that it's super hard for me to get a job and a visa, or something like that. It's really hard for me to kind of say what I dislike about Germany. There's not a lot that I don't like. Yeah, very difficult. Improve my English in Australia. I think I can speak it quite fluently, but it's mostly Australian and British English. And when I used to work for the Americans here in Germany, I had some difficulties. It's not too bad. Like, I think Germans have a bit of a better ear for Australians speaking English than they do British or Americans, because I know, like, depending on where you are, obviously from in America or Britain, the strong accent can kind of affect the Germans being able to understand you. I have a weird Australian accent. I speak a little bit clearer with a little less slang than some people do in Australia. So for me, I think people can understand me, and I hear it all the time. People say when I speak to them in English, a lot of Germans always say, like, you're pretty easy to understand in comparison to the Americans. So it kind of depends how your accent is and where you're from and what dialect and stuff you've picked up. There's some people that you'd speak to from 2 hours away from me and you wouldn't be able to pick up a word they say because of the slang that they use and their accent. If you could live in any movie world or TV show world, which one would you choose? I mean, if it was just me transporting myself into a world, I'd have to be pretty cautious because a lot of the worlds that I like watching are very action-packed and I don't know how long I'd last in those worlds. Like Boardwalk Empire, like 1920s, 1930s, like that old school Prohibition era, like without the Prohibition obviously and all the gang violence, but just the way they dress and stuff, I find it quite suave. I'd love to be able to dress like that every day and it'd be the norm. I'd give up my slides to dress like a old school gangster every single day, you know, with the overalls and the high pants and hats and vests. And I think that's real suave, real cool. So something like from that era, like Mad Men, I think it is, the ad agency show where they dress like real cool, real suave. Like that's the kind of fashion that I like outside of slides and activewear. I should start complaining about the heat and the lack of air conditioning. I had the fan on earlier, but it's not actually that bad here. Funnily enough, Schwäbisch Hall's been really, really hot lately, but up here it's been raining and storming. So I'd expect a video from Nell soon complaining about the heat. But up here it hasn't been as bad. It's been kind of humid, but storming and raining for the last kind of week and a bit. So not too bad. It sounds like everyone should have a Marianne. Maybe we could turn that into a business. We could make a robot and call it the Marianne. I worked with Brits quite some time. It was funny because they tried talking in German with me and I was just talking in English to them. My mum tries to speak German to me when we call her. She knows das ist gut, was ist das, and das ist das Fenster. And my stepdad knows even less German than she does. All he knows is wie heißt du? And that his name is Dieter in German because his name is David. So whenever I start talking German to them, they'll start ripping out their classic German lines. Oh, I was waiting for this question. I didn't think it would come this late though. What do you think about German sparkling water, or do you prefer normal Australian water, which we call stilles Wasser? I'm a big, so before I came to Germany, I was not high on sparkling water. I hated it. I thought it tasted bad. And then one time I bought a 6-pack thinking it was still water. And I drank it because I bought it and I didn't want to waste money. And I think I just like adapted to it. Now, I have more trouble drinking still water than I do classic or medium water. So I think it's every tourist, every person that comes here either hates it or falls in love with it. I'm kind of the latter. I fell in love with the idea of sparkling water, and it kind of scares me going back to Australia where it's so expensive, where it's not as cheap. Do you like the 4 seasons in Germany, or do you prefer to just have one? I talked about seasons earlier. I wish I could have the German winter for half the year and the Australian winter for half the year, because the Australian winter is like nighttime on a normal day. It's kind of maybe in the single digits, and then during the day it's like real nice, like late teens, early 20 degrees. And then obviously the German winter, there's that nice cold, maybe a chance of snow. Feel where you can rug up. I like having to wear warm clothes instead of cooling down. It's easier to warm up than to cool down. So I'd go half Australian winter, half German winter, and then that's my ideal climate for the year. 1930s/Prohibition era is definitely one of the best fashion styles. Tom, I agree. I love the show with Tom Hardy, or the movie with Tom Hardy and Shia LaBeouf, Lawless, Fury with Brad Pitt, like the style in those war movies / 1930s Prohibition movies. I love it. I really, really like it. It's real suave, real comfortable. I like a good, well-tailored suit. I mean, I was wearing suits for most of my working career, being that I was in European car sales. I like fashion. If I don't have to wear it, I won't. But if that's the choice that I have and I have to wear something fancy, I definitely go more that style. Do you think that other YouTubers are competitive to me? I mean, everyone competes on YouTube. I don't think I'm well known enough to be seen as a threat to other YouTubers. I talk with a lot of the other YouTubers, like I talk with Zach. If you haven't seen Zach's channel, Zach Selesky, definitely go check his channel out. I talk with him almost daily about what we're doing. I talk with Nalf, not really about how competitive we are on YouTube or what he thinks about my channel. I think everyone loves each other's content, but I don't think I'm in that position to be competitive with other people. I'm kind of in my, right now being where I am at like 7,500 subscribers, it's very hard to kind of be competitive with other people, because some of the streamers are at like 3,000, 1,000, and the likes of like Nalf and those channels are at like 50,000. So it's very, very hard to kind of compete with someone at that level. I think if I started a war with Nalf, he'd end my channel very, very quickly. Teach them wie geht's es dir. You and Marianne should look into going to see an American Civil War reenactment there in Germany. They have a few of them. I didn't know that. I didn't know they have American Civil War reenactments here. I'd imagine they'd have a lot of war memorials and stuff like that, but not Civil War reenactments. Interesting. I need to get to Auschwitz in Poland. That's been one of my go-to places. If someone said what's on my bucket list, Auschwitz is very, very high on my list of places that I want to go and see. By far there. And if I could, I would love to go to Gallipoli as well and see, see the place where the Anzacs stormed the beaches. Definitely, definitely, definitely. And there's your style idea for a perfect wedding. Yeah, 1930s, Prohibition, like pretend that we're actually secretly drinking when the law is that we shouldn't drink. And that's the theme of the wedding, potentially. One of the questions of the quizzes that I did earlier in the day saying, like, should I... Would I ever consider a themed wedding? I answered no. Marianne answered yes if the time called for it. So it's interesting that I was actually, when you said that style idea for the wedding, yeah, I'm down for that. But I actually answered no for themed weddings earlier. Yeah, Chris, wow, stream's still going. Yeah, we had some battery problems earlier because I'm obviously on my phone and I didn't have to connect it to the power source. But yeah. Question. How often have you gone to New Zealand, if ever? Secondly, are you able to tell the person who's from mainland New Zealand hearing them speak? I haven't been to New Zealand yet, not yet. I do really want to go there. I want to go to both the North and the South Islands. My parents have been, they say it's unbelievably nice. Can you tell if someone is from New Zealand? Yes, very easily. The biggest thing is, when it comes to an Australian and a New Zealander, is we don't say bro a lot. They say bro, so like, well, what's up bro? that New Zealander accent. They'll say, "What's up, bro?" And a lot of the time when they say certain things, a lot of things with I's, they'll use more of an E sound. It's probably similar to someone from Bavaria and North Germany, is just picking up on certain accents and certain words that they use. But yeah, you can definitely tell the difference. Have you visited Dachau? No, I haven't visited any of the old concentration camps. The only place I've really visited that has anything to do with the World Wars is Anne Frank's house in the Netherlands, which was unbelievably amazing. I took my mum and my cousin there. I was so glad that I could take them there. That was definitely on our list of places to see. So I was really, really thankful that I could take my mum to the Anne Frank house. And when we were in Berlin, we visited the obviously the memorial for the murdered Jews. Do you also find it annoying that Germans often stare, or is it just prejudice? It's not annoying, it's just kind of uncomfortable. When you're talking to someone, I've kind of deem it now as they're interested in what I have to say. I'd say probably the one thing that's annoying is I get stared at constantly on the street. I don't know whether it's because even when I'm wearing normal clothes, even if I might be wearing shoes and jeans, not wearing slides or anything, I just constantly get the feeling that people are looking at me because I maybe look different. And that annoys me sometimes because I kind of think to myself, can't you just like go on about your day without having to stare at me? But in terms of conversations with German, I've kind of gotten used to it. I'm sure that you've earned some viewers, hopefully. I can't really see where the stream's gone in terms of whether people have subscribed or anything. I can see I'm at 111 thumbs up and we're still at 60 people watching. So hopefully people have seen this that aren't viewers and have said, yeah, like cool. I want to watch him more. So does Necronomicon, Necronomicon, there are a lot of different reenactment groups about all ancient times. Cool, I'd love to go see a Viking reenactment, like, you know, invading Britain or something like that, like people being medieval British soldiers versus the Vikings. That'd be really cool. Sweeney, time has come. Thanks for the stream, really enjoyed it. Hope you do another soon. Definitely, maybe not this long. Make sure you write your the expert intro stuck in your head. Make Daniel write all the really good questions, so when I do a stream and it's a little shorter, you can throw them all out in one big text, one big chat. Roman reenactment is somewhat big. Yeah, Roman wars, I think obviously the World Wars, the Civil Wars, and then also the Viking or the Norse stuff would be huge for reenactments. I'm not complaining about it. Still have the X-Men cartoon stuck in my head, not complaining. That's good. I think this is the first time I've actually got to the end of my questions, so I can actually stop and maybe eat for a little bit. I'll actually type in here. Yeah, that's like my second time I've wrote something. What do you mean, Marianne? You gotta go. You're right next to me. What are you gonna do? I really need to visit. Oh, that's the place with all the Norths, with all the Viking stuff. Yes. Khadija, I'd have to see if the new graphics driver will work better. You need to go on for another 3 hours. I could sit here until 2 a.m. doing nothing. That's not the problem. The problem is having people that are interested enough to watch me do nothing for another 3 hours. Marianne will probably want me to say goodnight if she goes to bed, but other than that, I can sit here. That's no problem for me. Tim's going. Props to eating. What's for dinner tomorrow? I made spaghetti. Like this cheese spaghetti, and I put tofu in it. I've got veggie burgers. We've got a pizza in the freezer, frozen pizza, but the really good one, the new Dr. Oetker Mia Grande one. Margaret, goodbye. John, no problem. Thank you so much for stopping by. If you are leaving, very, very nice to interact with you as well. There's worse things on TV than watching nothing. You do nothing for 3 hours. Now you have to sing something. Definitely not. Maybe because you're quite fit, handsome guy, girls are interested and guys are checking out the competition. I don't think I'm that attractive that people have to check me out as competition. Oh, that was a question from Andy. Are there some German words you are used to say, like Alter, for example? What Germans do you like to use? I don't use Alter. It's more of like a Saxon thing, I think, or it's kind of everywhere, but I don't use kind of German slang or even like Bruder or anything like that. I like when you're surprised, you go like echt, like really. I like that. Or I'm not a big fan of ebenso when people say like, schönes Feierabend, and they say like ebenso. I don't like that. I don't like it because it doesn't sound like it means likewise, but it just doesn't really. I'm not a big fan of ebenso. Any words I like to say? I say guten Abend a fair bit, a fair bit. I always say, even if it's like 12 o'clock or midday, I'll say guten Abend. Yeah, I'm not too sure. Alter is youth slang, okay. Yeah, gleichfalls. That's same case, yeah. What is my longest punt? My longest recorded punt in a regular season, I think, was like 65 yards, net yards. But I think in the preseason, my second year with Dresden, so like 2018, I'm pretty sure it went like 71 yards net. Was my longest. That was against Alberhausen in the practice match. I punted it over the returner's head and then it just kept bouncing, which was pretty cool. I think my longest punt without like any bouncing or anything like that, I think I kicked like a 58 yarder or a near 60 yarder without a bounce. I try to kind of keep my net average above 45 to probably 45 to 50 yard is a good net average, and try and keep out of the touchbacks. The equivalent to the German Alter in English would be like dude. Okay. It makes sense, but dude, mate, bro. Yeah, I say mate. Mate, I say bro a little bit, but not a lot. I'm not really big on the whole dude, mate, bro. I say man. I'll be like, hey man, because I don't really say hey man to females. I'll call them by their name. But for like friends and football people, if they say like, oh, what's up, Jay? Hey man, what's up? I don't really say bro or mate or dude, because I feel like if you say mate in Australia, it can come off as kind of abrasive, or even bro. You feel like, yeah, what's good, bro? It's kind of it could come off kind of weird, like they might take it the wrong way. But if you say like hey man, it's more chilled. Do you have a favorite supplier of football equipment? I'm a big Nike fan, just because their cleats always fit me and I think their stuff looks great. I've never worn Adidas cleats. Yeah, I'm more Nike than anything. Most of my stuff that I get is Nike, just because it's reliable and it fits me well. Do I also do field goals? I've kicked one field goal in my GFL career, and I am 1 from 1. No, not a field goal. Sorry, a PAT. I did 1 from 1 PAT, our last regular season game. Our backup kicker was hurt, so I went on and kicked the last PAT of the game, and I was 1 from 1. I think for about 4 or 5 months last year, I was actually practicing field goals just in case, but we had a kicker on the Invaders that was actually just kicking. He didn't play any other position, so it was more up to the coaching staff to allow him to do that. So I'd like to do both, but I feel like I'm not as valuable as a kicker. I think punting is my thing, but I can do place kicking as well. I thought Australians were all about the mate thing. Yeah, definitely mate, but not bro or dude. Dude's kind of not really around in Australia. It's more mate, like g'day mate or man. Yeah, it's kind of, it depends on how you're saying it. Sometimes it can be taken the wrong way, but I just say man more than mate. Like you can say like see you later mate. That's more okay, but Man is more like, I just see it as if you're introducing yourself to someone or saying like, oh, like, come on man, let's go. It's better than like, come on mate. It's kind of in Australian, it might get taken as like, oh, you're taking too long, like, come on mate. I'm so well educated. Not really. I didn't go to university or college or anything like that. I graduated high school with fairly average grades. I think my life experience and how much stuff I've watched on TV, funnily enough, has caused me to be a little bit more intelligent than the average person. I retain fairly useless information fairly easily, but the important information tends to leave my brain to make room for the unimportant stuff. If you think someone was doing something annoying, I'd more say, I'd be like, bro, come on. Or dude, I'd be like, oh, dude, really? Yeah, that's probably, I'd be, yeah, if it's just one word, I'd be like, dude, really? Or if it was, they were frustrating me, I'd be like, come on, bro, like, what are you doing? I don't really use man in that. That's why I probably use man in a polite sense, because I don't sit there and go like, man, what are you doing? I'd say like, hey man, what's up? It's like a more friendly thing. I'd say, yeah, bro or dude. Do you miss Australia much or just your family? There's a couple of things about Australia I miss, but I think it's mainly just the fact that my family's there. I do like the fact that in Australia it's pretty easy for me to get a job and, you know, obviously live a more, not lavish lifestyle, but here I have to be more wise about what I spend my money on, whereas in Australia, if I'm working normally, I can kind of, if I want to buy something, I can because the wages there are a little better. Whereas right now here, I'm not making a lot of money, so if I want to buy something for my camera or I want to buy new clothes or something like that, it's a little harder for me to, I guess, fathom spending that money. That's just the way it is though. Sometimes you live with a bit more money, sometimes you live with less. So I've got a roof over my head and I pay my bills and my rent first, and if I have nothing left, I have nothing left. Mate is a UK thing. It is. It's a different kind of, I think mate's UK, dude and bro are American, and yeah, that's how I see it in my head at least. Do I have a routine on game days? That's a good question. I do. I generally get to the game very early. Like if we have to be there at 12, I'll generally get there before like 11:45. I'll always drink a lot of water and I'll always have one energy drink before the game, whatever time that is. I'll generally get ready like pretty early, and I'll always come out to the field. Like normally the specialists have to come out first, and if the specialists have to be out at say 1:45, I'll always come out at about 15 minutes earlier. I'll put my pads on out on the field, and I'll basically just punt on my own for a couple of minutes until other people get out there. I like to kind of do my own thing before the game. I don't communicate a lot with other people. I'll just punt and just kind of do my own thing and keep that going. So my pre-game routine is kind of keeping to myself and being quiet. I might listen to a little bit of music, but I don't have headphones or anything like that. I kind of just film because I obviously do my game day vlogs when football's going on. But yeah, I tend to stick to myself, just run through every kind of situation that might happen when I'm punting. If I need to punt long, short, left, right, anything like that, I just kind of go through the situations of anything that could happen in a game. So that's my routine. Do you want to have children and how many? Do you already have names in your head? Ooh, that's a good question, Skies on me. You're coming up with some good questions. Yes, I do want to have kids. I've always wanted a boy and a girl, and I haven't had names set in my head, but I do love the name for a boy. I love Tobias. I know a lot of people don't like that name, but I've just always liked it for a boy. Is Tobias. And in terms of girl, I've always kind of had a soft spot for the name Abigail, but I don't know why I've had those two names in my head for that long, but Tobias has just always been, I like Tobias and Hamish have been my two boy names, and really it. Girls, I haven't really thought about girls because I've always kind of thought I'd have a boy first, but they're the names that I think of. I use mate far too much with speaking, so I would agree it's a UK thing. Yeah, mate's more UK, or it's used more freely in the British language than it is America. I think mate's more abrasive if you use it in American English. When I was at uni, I had an English teacher, a native speaker from Britain. He is now a salesperson in our local Saturn. Oh. There are chances to get any kind of job, all kinds of jobs. Yeah, with British people, that's the thing with they obviously have the ability to just get any job they want. Unlike me, I think if I had a British passport, I probably would be working as we speak. Having the Australian passport's a little difficult. I'd love to work in a local tech market. I'd actually probably really love to work in a camera store because I could go and test the camera equipment on my own channel if we had a demo model, and then obviously sell the equipment that I'm so passionate about, because obviously I love camera equipment and tech equipment. I'm always up to date on the newest stuff, so it would be cool with that kind of job where I could tell people my experience with it and sell it in that sense, sell it more based on my feelings. But yeah, we'll have to see what happens with the work stuff. Well, that's good. You don't spend much money over here. It means you're acclimatizing to Germany. Yeah, it's smart, being smart about spending money, but it's also just free income. Normally in Australia, I had a lot more free income. I was still responsible. I paid my bills and do everything in that sense, but I had more money to play with every week. So it was more for me here, because my money is more being spent on smarter things. My free income isn't as much. I always try to save a certain amount of money, but if I don't have that free income every week and I'm just sat there with nothing, it kind of gets frustrating after a while. If you want to buy a new shirt or a new pair of jeans or something like that, and the free income might take a month or a month and a half to save the money that I would save in a half a week in Australia, it can get a bit annoying sometimes, but I'm always smart with my money. Intelligence had nothing to do with Einstein, 5 at maths. Yeah, it's there's a lot of people these days that are very good. I think there's a certain person at the moment who's fairly wealthy who's actually dyslexic. Actually, I think there's a few famous people right now that are dyslexic. I'm left-handed, for those of you who don't know, so it's yeah, it's something where more creativity comes with being left-handed is kind of the thing. What German traditions do you like? Oktoberfest, and how much you love bread and potatoes. 4 hours plus hero status achieved. Yeah, I think I have to maybe hop off and say good night to Marianne, because she has work in the morning, so she's probably going to bed. Mogasan, holy, you're still going. Yeah. You can tell he was a telemarketer for taking this long without going sore. Yes, Marianne always says I talk too much in my vlogs and I talk too quickly sometimes. So I think I just enjoy talking with people. Best jobs for Jacob: employee in a zoo, a lot of animals and small ones surrounding him. I love to work in a zoo and just talking, like just in a zoo, just handling one animal, like from baby to adult, just handling one animal every day, and that being my job, whether it be a bear, a lion, or a fish. I don't really mind. That'd be really, really cool. One day us left-handed people will take over the world. Rio, go to bed. I don't go to bed. Marianne's probably telling you to say that, but I'm not the one that goes to bed. She goes to bed. I stay up. Did he eat his sandwich? Yes, I did eat my sandwich. Look, it's all gone. I don't like potatoes. What? You don't like potatoes? Are you kidding me? That's like the god food. Did you ever have discussions with any NFL teams? No, unfortunately not. I didn't make it over to college. When I went to go to junior college, I was meant to punt in front of a couple of Division I teams to try and get them interested in giving me a scholarship. There was a couple Pac-12 teams like Oregon, Arizona State. all coming to watch me punt, but obviously I didn't end up over in the States. Since I've been in the GFL, I have put my name forward for the NFL international combines and stuff like that. But they generally look more at skill players to attend those things, like running backs, wide receivers, linemen. So I did put my name up for that to try and get looked at as a punter, but never really had anything come back. I have had some people that have come over here that are from the States that have gone to college, dipped their toe in the NFL, that have said that I have the ability, but it's just such a flooded market. There's 132 college teams and punters from all of them, along with international punters wanting to get into the league. So it's very hard to get yourself noticed or put in front of people without knowing someone. So yeah. Doing cook forms, not so much. She didn't tell me nothing. I'm saying you gotta go over and he's the best in making you sandwiches. Wonder if I change this colour, whether it makes a difference. No, I'll go back to that. Yeah, I think I've got 9 minutes till it's 10 o'clock, so then I think I'll hop off. So you've got 9 minutes to ask your questions. Ask all the questions you can in the next 9 minutes. And then I'll give my voice a rest. What? Thank you, Doctor. Thank you for the tips on Dr. Pepper. Our vacation will be even better now as my daughter won't have to go through caffeine withdrawals. My mama hates Dr. Pepper. She thinks it tastes like medicine, but it's like my favourite flavour. Also, Germany isn't even in top 10 per capita consumers of potatoes. Eastern Europeans like them on. Yeah, because they're cheaper in Eastern Europe. It's kind of like a staple food. They all farm their own potatoes. Definitely Ireland at number 1 in that list, for sure. McGunsfield Käse, definitely. Cheese on everything. I'll never ever become a vegan because I'd have to eat cheese. Strong stream, please more. Definitely there'll be more in the future. Probably not this long, not 4 hours. Maybe if I start a Twitch stream where I'm gaming, I might go for 4 hours again. But maybe I'll try and cap the streams off at a certain time. That way people know when I'm streaming from. So I might do it like, you know, this time till this time. So if I do it from 5:30, I might say it'll be 5:30 till 7, so people know when to log on and say hi. It's nice to see how you're taking your time for your viewers. I have an incredible amount of time for my viewers because they are the reason that I do this. If I did not have the subscribers, I wouldn't be able to do this. And if you guys weren't watching and commenting and liking my videos, I wouldn't really have a YouTube channel. So you got to give the time. Off to Marianne with you. 7 minutes, 6 minutes. Marianne said you'll be able to answer 2 questions in 9 minutes. Oh, so funny. Belarus is number 1. Interesting. Remember, don't sleep naked, it's not healthy. I thought sleeping naked was healthy. It increases blood flow. Are you a gamer? Not a very good one, but I try. I play PS4 quite a bit. But not online stuff, not competitive stuff. I normally play games where I just kind of run around and do my own thing. Cheese on something makes it taste better. Yes, I've heard there's been studies showing that cheese has the same kind of effect on your brain as hard drugs, and you can get addicted to it, which is probably what's happened to me because I eat so much of it. I think it's great how you are happy about nature and its fruits in your videos, although it tries to kill you. Yes. Yeah. Normally things that want to try and kill you or hate you, you like, so it's kind of like a love-hate relationship, keep them mean, keep them keen. You should notify me at 8:13 that you are streaming live. I've been with you from 5:26, thank you YouTube. This has been a successful first live stream, you're doing a great job, I enjoyed listening and enjoy all of your videos too, awesome. I love the feedback that everyone said. That it's a good stream and that you're enjoying it. Sorry if you answered the question, but I was a little time away because of the Ubisoft. Oh, the Ubisoft presentation. Assassin's Creed Valhalla, I missed it, no. What's your favorite game? Right now, Call of Duty, NBA, and I play Fortnite a little bit, and The Witcher, but my favourite game probably of all time is either Assassin's Creed or Fable. I like the ones where you kind of dive into a giant open world and play your own game. New Aussie Andre. Oh, see you, Andre. Keep it up. Good night. Have you travelled to the German Alps? Only through the German Alps. On my way through to Italy, I haven't actually stopped in the German Alps. I haven't gone to the Zugspitze or anywhere like that, but I want to. I'm looking forward to the Lord of the Rings game published by Daedalic. I didn't know that they were bringing out another Lord of the Rings game. That would definitely be a cool game. I like those kind of games, but I don't like the fact that there's no customization for your character. Yeah, they showed gameplay of Assassin's Creed and it looks good. Yeah, I've seen a couple of leaks of the gameplay. It looks pretty cool. I like the fact that the combat system's a bit more intricate and it's a little bit easier to not destroy like 30 people at once. So I'll have to watch the new gameplay trailer that they showed. That'd be really cool. Marianne's probably still watching the stream, looking at her clock, seeing how long's left. If you do, you should visit Berkshire. Yeah, earlier in the video, I said that it's one of my bucket list places is Berchtesgaden. Berchtesgaden, German Alps, Königssee, definitely all on the list for sure. Charleston. You lose interest in open world games after some time. Sometimes I do as well, but it's only when the missions and stuff seem tedious. Like the amount of side missions that there are seems a little bit too much, or they're too basic or really repetitive. It's just you're doing the same mission for another person. If they have enough, I guess, character throughout the whole game, like I found Assassin's Creed Odyssey was a huge open world game, but it had enough to keep me interested for a long time. Watch Dogs 3. I haven't played Watch Dogs. My brother played Watch Dogs. He said it was pretty cool. It's the one where you like can hack the system and stuff. So I know they've been developing Watch Dogs 3 for a long time, so that's going to be an interesting one. I'll have to look at that. You can follow 5 Elements at Twitter. He's a community manager of Ubisoft and Nordic, and very cool guy. Lots of inside informations. Ooh. Yeah, I kind of get my information late on the gaming front, but okay. I'm not that active on Twitter, but I do follow a few people, so 5 Elements, cool. Witcher is really cool. The only problem is it's such an old game now, so the graphics and the combat system kind of get to me a little bit. It's a little bit too stiff. In a few videos we see that you have many tattoos. Do they have meanings? Yes, I actually made a video late last year where I actually showed all of my tattoos that I have and their meanings. So when you're done with the live stream in a couple minutes, because I'll hop off, you could definitely go back and find that video and you can have a look at all of the tattoos that I have and what they mean. Old school meet and click. As you can see, some people are interested in you talking to you, asking questions. I didn't really have any expectations for the live stream. I didn't know how many people would actually click on it and how many people would stick around. And I also didn't really have any idea how my YouTube channel would go when I started it. I think now with how many people are actually, interested in seeing every video that I put up, and the amount of people that watch every video and comment every video is very amazing. I didn't expect that kind of engagement. And then each video that I make, obviously new people come through. I've got people that are watching me from the first video in Dresden, first video in Hildesheim. It's really amazing, and I didn't really expect anything like this, let alone where it could be going in the future. Okay, so you first found my video with the room tour. So yeah, definitely go back and watch a couple of my other videos. So a lot of the questions that have been asked today I have explained or answered in a lot of my old videos. So if you have some time, definitely have a look at the tattoo video. And then I've made a couple other videos talking about points about why I like staying in Germany, the differences and those kind of things. So definitely have a look. Video with the workout routines, potentially. Maybe when I look a little bit more fit for the video, so I don't look like I'm sweating like crazy and not actually an athlete. Missed the start of the live stream Q&A. Hope you do it again. I will put it on my YouTube channel, so you can always go back and click and watch from the start, so don't stress too much. Greenland, yes, but very expensive to get there. So I definitely, yeah, Greenland, Iceland, all Scandinavian areas are definitely on the bucket list for sure. Is it real that you have a tattoo you want more and can't stop? I think most of the time, if you can handle the pain and you have ideas in your head about what you want to get done, definitely. Would you have thought that you would talk for almost 5 hours today? I had the idea that if there was enough people watching, I definitely would be able to talk for a long period of time because I love to talk and answer questions and just generally engage with people. But I didn't think there'd be people watching the whole way through the whole time. So very, very thankful for that. But now it has just hit 10 p.m. So that's crazy that I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. So it is time for me to go. So everyone that's still watching, I can see there's 63 people still watching. I am more than thankful for you guys coming and checking out the channel and checking out the live video. If you're still watching and you are not subscribed, please subscribe. If you want to check out my Patreon, check out the link in the description of the video. Check out Patreon, and as always, leave a like on the video. But I have to go. Brush my teeth, say goodnight to Marianne, and get ready for another full week of filming and vlogging. So thank you guys very much for watching. I'm just reading the things. Good night. First time I saw you test back in person. Everyone's saying thank you, so that's great. Thank you so much, guys. I'm gonna go. It's glad that it was a positive experience. I'll definitely try live streaming again. I'm not sure when, but I'll let you guys know. So thank you guys so much. See you guys next time.